Your anxiety brought you here tonight, didn't it? That familiar weight on your chest, those thoughts that won't stop circling, that relentless inner dialogue whispering doubts, replaying regrets, and painting bleak futures. You feel it, don't you? That heavy cloak of unease that settles on you as the world quiets, stealing the peace that should be yours in the stillness of night. I understand. Many of us carry this burden, this relentless churn within, mistaking it for life itself. But what if it isn't? What if peace isn't an elusive dream, but the natural state beneath all the noise? For now, know this: you're safe. Breathe deeply. Allow my voice to be a gentle guide, a steady hand leading you through the quiet corridors of your inner world. If my voice feels like a friend you'd like to visit again, consider leaving a like or subscribing, but only if it feels right. There's no pressure in this peaceful space. This journey isn't about obligation, it's about invitation. And if you're listening from somewhere in this vast world, take a moment, share your city and what time it is there. I love knowing that we're breathing together across time zones, connecting in this shared moment of stillness. Imagine someone in Tokyo watching the sunrise, while another in London experiences the quiet hush of midnight. All of us collectively finding this same precious pause, this shared space of conscious presence. Now make yourself truly comfortable. Let your body sink into the support beneath it. Maybe dim those lights, inviting the gentle embrace of darkness. If you like the hum of a fan, turn it on, letting its steady rhythm blend with your own breath. Grab an extra pillow, allowing your head and neck to settle into perfect ease. This is your time. This isn't about achieving, striving, or fixing. It's about letting go. In the next few hours, something beautiful is going to happen, not because you'll try hard or strive to do it right, but precisely because you'll finally stop trying. Centuries ago, the Buddha discovered something truly remarkable, a truth so simple, yet so profound that it often escapes our grasp. Peace isn't something you find, it's what remains when you stop searching. We spend our lives chasing peace, believing it resides in the next achievement, the perfect relationship, the ideal circumstance, or the absence of all problems. But what if peace isn't waiting in the future or in some external condition? What if it's the very ground of your being, always present, simply obscured by the frantic search itself? Tonight, I'll share ancient wisdom with you, not as rigid doctrine, but as living medicine for the modern soul. We'll explore 15 ancient Zen stories, simple tales that work like a soothing balm for our contemporary exhaustion. These stories are for the 300 a.m. wake-ups, when tomorrow's worries stealthily creep in and steal tonight's much-needed sleep. They are for that constant gnawing feeling that you're not enough, that you haven't done enough, that you aren't somehow measuring up. They are gentle whispers to a mind that's been running too fast for too long. Even now, as my words flow over you, feel how your breathing is changing. Your body, with its innate wisdom, remembers what your mind often forgets. Peace lives in your cells, waiting patiently, ready to reveal itself once more. Let's begin this journey to stillness, a journey not of going somewhere, but of returning home to yourself. Let me tell you about a pond that lives inside you. You might not know it's there, hidden beneath all that mental static, all the thoughts, worries, and endless to-do lists. But it's been waiting perfectly still, perfectly clear. It's been there since you were very young, maybe even before you learned that stillness was something you could lose, before the world taught you to hurry, to strive to accumulate. Long ago in a valley where mist rose like breath each morning, there was a small pond. It wasn't grand or famous, not the kind of pond people traveled miles to see, not a tourist attraction or a landmark. It was just a quiet circle of water, cradled gently by smooth stones that had been worn soft and gentle by countless seasons. The ancient trees, cedar and pine, leaned over it protectively, their branches forming a natural living temple, a canopy of serenity. Their needles would sometimes fall, drifting gracefully on the surface, before sinking slowly into the silent depths, becoming part of the pond's quiet history. This pond possessed a truly special quality. When the air was perfectly calm, its surface became so utterly still that it could hold the entire sky. It didn't just reflect it, it held it, cradled it, as if the heavens themselves had found a second tranquil home within its depths. Clouds drifted lazily across its mirrored surface, by day, their cottony forms duplicating perfectly. Stars distant and countless appeared in its depths, at night, shimmering with an impossible closeness. The moon would visit a luminous orb, leaving silver footprints that stretched across the water, lasting faithfully until the first blush of dawn. The villagers, though busy with their lives, knew about this pond. Some mornings, weary from their chores or burdened by worries, they would intentionally walk the winding forest path, not to speak, not to pray in the usual fervent way, but simply to sit beside it. They went there to remember something precious they kept forgetting amidst the relentless busyness of daily life. They would sit, eyes fixed on the water, and watch their own faces appear in the clear reflection. And in that quiet, unfiltered reflection, they would sometimes catch a fleeting glimpse of who they were before the world taught them to hurry, before expectations piled up, before the quiet inner child was overshadowed by the demanding adult. One evening, as the vast sky above painted itself in breathtaking hues of purples and golds, a traveler arrived at the pond. His feet were dusty from countless roads, traversed his shoulders, bore the immense weight of many miles walked, and even more, thoughts churned ceaselessly in his mind. You know this weight, don't you? It's the same burden you carry when you lie down at night, and your mind relentlessly replays conversations, analyzing every word, every nuance. It's the same weight when tomorrow's tasks line up like demanding soldiers, clamoring for your attention, refusing to be dismissed. It's the same heavy feeling when yesterday's mistakes echo louder in your consciousness than today's small mercies or quiet triumphs. This traveler had heard whispers about this mystical pond, murmurs of its extraordinary power. They said it could show you something beyond your daily weary face, a deeper truth, a hidden self. They hinted that it might offer what all his extensive journeys across continents and cultures hadn't found peace. That simple, yet impossibly elusive thing, that state of true inner calm. He settled himself by the pond's edge, his legs folding beneath him with the creaking complaint of too many miles, too much exertion. He looked into the clear water. What he saw there startled him. It was his own face, yes, undeniably his, but it was changed, distorted. Worry lines were etched deeper than he remembered, twisting his features into a perpetual frown. His eyes, even in reflection, couldn't seem to rest, darting with an unsettling restlessness. Just then, a gentle breeze stirred the pond's perfectly still surface. His reflection, once whole, broke instantly into 1,000 dancing, shimmering pieces, fragmented and chaotic. "I look as scattered as I feel," he whispered to the approaching night, his voice barely audible above the rustling leaves. "This is you, isn't it?" The voice of his inner struggle seemed to ask, looking at your life and seeing only fragments, disparate pieces that don't seem to fit together into any coherent whole. A face in the mirror that looks tired even after hours of sleep. Eyes that have forgotten how to soften, forgotten how to simply rest in gentle acceptance. At that precise moment, an old monk appeared. He moved with such profound quietness, so effortlessly, that he might have been made of the mist itself, merging seamlessly with the evening air. His robes were simple, unadorned, the color of rain clouds, blending with the muted tones of the forest. His feet, barely disturbing the delicate pine needles beneath them, made no sound as he approached. Without an invitation, without hurry, he sat down beside the traveler. They sat together side by side, in comfortable silence, watching the water. The ripples caused by the fleeting breeze, slowly, gracefully, began to calm, to dissipate. The broken reflection, once fractured into 1,000 pieces, gradually started to gather itself again, reforming into a coherent image. Finally, after a long shared silence, the monk spoke, his voice soft and melodious, like the gentle rustle of wind through leaves. "What do you see?" he asked. "I see chaos," the traveler replied, his voice still tinged with weariness and frustration. "I see my mind never still, always churning, always restless. I see why I can't sleep, why I can't find rest, why peace feels like a distant fairy tale, a comforting lie told to children." The monk nodded, a gesture of infinite gentleness. It was the kind of nod that conveyed profound understanding without the need for a single word, a silent affirmation that said, "I understand your suffering. I have walked this path too." The pond, he explained softly, reflects clearly only when it's still. And so it is with the mind, a mind constantly agitated by thoughts and emotions cannot truly perceive reality, cannot reflect the pure essence of being. "But notice something, friend." The monk continued, his gaze steady. "You cannot stop the wind from blowing. The practice isn't to control the wind, to fight against its inevitable presence. It's to watch the ripples with kindness and allow them to settle. Always they settle, if only we let them. Right now, as you lie there listening, your own mind might be creating its own turbulent wind. Perhaps it's whispering about that email you forgot to send, a small oversight that now looms large. Or maybe it's relentlessly replaying that awkward moment from last week, meticulously dissecting every word, every glance for the 100th time. It might be fast forwarding to tomorrow's crucial presentation, imagining every possible pitfall, every potential failure. Or perhaps it's rewinding to that painful thing you wish you'd said differently, a missed opportunity for a kinder word or a clearer explanation. That's okay. That's just what minds do. They're like vast, complex weather systems, always in motion, always changing forever, influenced by internal and external currents. They create their own storms, their own breezes, their own periods of calm. The traveler, listening to the monk's gentle words, closed his eyes. For a moment, his mind rebelled, asserting its old familiar dominance. "This is nonsense," a voice inside him declared vehemently. "Sitting by water won't pay your debts or solve your pressing problems. This is a waste of precious time." Saisons. But beneath that insistent voice, something else, something deeper and more ancient began to stir. A faint memory, perhaps, of being young and unworried, of a time when simply sitting by the water's edge, watching its quiet surface, was enough a time before the clamor of responsibility and expectation. He began to listen not to the internal monologue, but to the subtle, exquisite sounds of the evening crickets beginning their ancient rhythmic songs, leaves whispering secrets to each other as the night air moved through them, a solitary nightbird, calling once, then settling into a profound silence. His breathing, mirroring the deepening calm of his surroundings, began to slow. Not because he forced it, not because he consciously exerted control, but because breathing is like water. It finds its own level, its own natural rhythm, when we simply stop disturbing it, when we cease our frantic efforts to manipulate its flow. You're doing this right now. With each deliberate, gentle breath, the ripples in your inner pond are softening, gradually smoothing out. You don't have to make this happen. It's happening by itself, an inherent process of your being. The way flowers instinctively open when the warm sun touches them. The way rivers unerringly find their path to the vast open sea. The way you finally find restful sleep when you stop desperately chasing it. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." When he spoke these profound words, he wasn't burdening us with yet another task for our endless to-do lists, another item to achieve. He was in fact revealing a secret so astonishingly simple that we in our complexity keep missing it. The peace you've been tirelessly searching for in tomorrow's grand achievements, in other people's elusive approval, in the elusive pursuit of perfect circumstances, in one more purchase, one more accomplishment, one more anything external, it's already here. It has always been here, patiently waiting beneath the surface of the ripples, like a hidden treasure at the very bottom of a clear, undisturbed lake. Think about the last time you truly watched a sunset. Really watched it. Not while scrolling mindlessly through your phone, not while planning tomorrow's dinner, but when you gave it your complete, undivided attention. For just a fleeting moment, your mind stopped its incessant commentary, its endless analyzing. You weren't thinking about your to-do list, or checking incoming notifications, or worrying about anything at all. You were simply there, utterly present, merged with the breathtaking colors, a silent integral part of the sky's slow, magnificent transformation. That's your still pond. It doesn't require a grand sunset to appear. It only requires you to cease stirring the water, to stop agitating its surface with your thoughts and worries. The traveler slowly opened his eyes. The last vestiges of light were fading, painting the sky in soft, muted tones, but he could still clearly see the pond's surface. It had stilled completely now, a perfect, unblemished mirror. His reflection had returned, but it was different. The worry lines were still subtly etched on his face. The tired eyes still remained bearing witness to his long journey. Yet something profound had changed. He wasn't fighting his reflection anymore. He was simply seeing it, accepting it, the way you might look at an old friend, with a quiet, gentle compassion, devoid of judgment. "How long does it take to find lasting stillness?" he asked the monk, his voice barely a whisper, filled with a newfound reverence. The monk smiled, and in that smile was both humor and profound kindness, a reflection of the wisdom he carried. "How long does it take for the pond to still after the wind passes?" he mused. "Sometimes moments, sometimes longer, depending on the force of the wind. But the pond doesn't count the moments. It simply returns to its nature, as will you. This profound truth is happening to you too right now, as my words flow over you like gentle water. Something inside is settling, finding its natural equilibrium. Those urgent thoughts, the clamor of your mind, they're still there. Yes, but they're now floating lightly on the surface. And you, your deepest self, you're sinking peacefully below them, descending into depths that have always been calm, always serene, even when the surface above was stormy, turbulent, and chaotic. In our modern world, we've largely forgotten how to be still. We wake to the jarring sound of alarms that jolt us abruptly from sleep, tearing us from the liminal space between dreams and reality. We reach for our phones, checking notifications and emails often before our feet even touch the floor, immersing ourselves in the digital world before we've even fully awakened to our physical one. We consume a dizzying array of 30 notifications, headlines, and social media updates before breakfast, flooding our minds with information and external demands. Our minds, as a result, become like that choppy pond, constantly agitated, never given a chance to reflect clearly, to settle into their natural state of clarity. We've unwittingly created lives where stillness feels like laziness, where quiet feels like an uncomfortable loneliness, where doing nothing feels suspiciously like outright failure. But your body, with its ancient inherent wisdom, remembers stillness. It knew it in the quiet sanctity of the womb, floating effortlessly in warm, enveloping darkness, experiencing perfect contentment without a single thought or worry. It knew it as a child, when you could stare, utterly absorbed at dust motes dancing in the golden afternoon light, completely losing track of time, lost in the simple wonder of the moment. It knows it now even as you listen, even if your thoughts are still chattering, even if a skeptical part of you is saying, "This isn't working," or I have too much to do to simply rest. The monk, sensing the moment of deep understanding, slowly stood to leave. His movement was like water itself, necessary fluid, but utterly unhurried, flowing with a natural grace. Before walking away, he gently touched the traveler's shoulder. It was just a brief moment of physical contact, but it was a profound transmission of something wordless, something understood beyond the realm of language. The pond doesn't mind the wind, he said, his voice soft but resonant. It knows stillness will return. It has infinite patience with the weather. Trust this. And so can you trust this too? Tomorrow, when anxiety inevitably visits again, when your mind begins to spin complex stories about what might go wrong, when the inner weather becomes stormy and turbulent, remember the pond. Remember that beneath every ripple, every gust of wind, stillness waits not as a distant goal to achieve, not as a prize to be earned, but as your deepest nature, as what you truly are when you stop frantically trying to be something else, when you simply surrender to your authentic self. Let your breath be like soft, gentle rain falling on the pond now, each exhale smoothing the surface a little more, dissolving the ripples of thought and tension. There's nothing to fix, nothing to change, nothing to improve. The water knows how to be still, and you too, you know how to be still. You've always known, you just forgot for a while, lost in all the rushing, the striving, the doing. As we gently leave this first story, feel how it stays with you, how its truth resonates deep within. The pond isn't just a metaphor in a tale. It's in your chest, in the subtle rise and fall of your breath, in the quiet, expansive spaces between your thoughts. Can you feel it? That profound stillness that's always been there, waiting so patiently, so endlessly for you to remember, to recognize its unchanging presence. The traveler stayed by the pond until the stars came out, painting the night sky with their celestial glow. He didn't miraculously solve any of his problems that night. He didn't experience any sudden, dramatic revelations that would rewrite his life overnight. But something profound loosened in his chest. Some invisible fist that had been clenched tightly for years, holding onto stress and control, began to gently open, releasing its rigid grip. And in that quiet, gentle opening, peace entered. Not dramatic, earth-shattering peace, not the kind worth writing home about or proclaiming from mountaintops, but just a simple, profound sense of, oh, I can stop fighting now. This is my deepest wish for you tonight, that you feel that same liberating loosening, that same profound permission to stop fighting the water, to let your inner pond remember its own intrinsic, unchanging nature. And now, like water gently flowing into water, we move seamlessly to our next teaching, a lesson about learning to bend without breaking, about discovering an unexpected resilient strength in the profound softness of yielding. In the same ancient forest where the pond rested, two very different teachers grew side by side, embodying contrasting philosophies of strength. One was an ancient oak, thick-trunked and undeniably proud. Its bark was deeply grooved, etched with the wisdom of centuries, like the face of an elder who had weathered countless seasons and countless storms. The other was a vibrant grove of bamboo, slender and perpetually swaying, dancing with every gentle breath of wind, as if hearing a silent, enchanting music that others couldn't perceive. You've met these two before, haven't you? Perhaps within your own being. The oak represents that deeply ingrained part of you that believes strength means never bending, never yielding, always standing firm. It's the part that says yes to every demanding request at work, even when you're overwhelmed, because saying no feels inherently like a weakness, a failure to meet expectations. It's the part that meticulously holds everything together, even when your exhaustion is bone deep, even when your body silently begs for rest, even when your heart, with a quiet desperation, whispers, "Enough." The mighty oak had stood in that forest for 200 years, a silent sentinel. It had witnessed the slow, laborious construction of the nearby village, watched generations of children grow from tiny saplings into stoic elders. It wore its age like a formidable armor, each concentric ring in its trunk a testament to its enduring pride, its unyielding resilience. When the fierce winds blew, it stood firm, its roots gripping the earth with an almost aggressive tenacity. When torrential rain fell, it barely swayed, remaining an unshakable fortress against the elements. It was in every conceivable way precisely what we are taught to admire, what society reveres: solid, dependable, utterly unshakable. The bamboo, however, was fundamentally different. It had arrived in the forest more recently, spreading gradually from a single resilient shoot into a vibrant, interconnected community, a living tapestry of green. Where the solitary oak stood alone, defiantly independent, the bamboo thrived together, a collective spirit moving in harmony. Where the oak was rigid, unyielding, the bamboo danced with effortless grace. Even the slightest breeze would set its slender stalks swaying back and forth, a fluid, continuous motion, like a silent prayer made visible, an embodiment of effortless surrender. The proud oak would observe the bamboo's perpetual dance in every breeze, and its mighty crown would shake with what seemed like disdain. "Why do you bend so easily?" it would ask, its voice resonating like distant thunder, heavy with judgment. "Have you no backbone, no dignity? Look at me. I stand firm against all forces. I never yield. This is strength." The bamboo in response would simply sway its voice, a soft silken whisper blending with the rustle of its leaves. "Perhaps strength has more than one face," it would suggest gently. "Perhaps what you call weakness, I call wisdom." This isn't merely a story of two trees in a forest. This is the very conversation happening inside you right now. One part of you, the inner oak, firmly believes you need to be harder, stronger, more resilient, utterly resistant to the relentless pressures of life. It insists you should handle everything without a single complaint, never show the slightest hint of fatigue, always be the unyielding rock, the unbreakable, utterly reliable pillars forever asking for help. But another part, a quieter, wiser part, is beginning to subtly question this ingrained narrative, beginning to wonder if there could possibly be another way to embody strength, a more fluid, less exhausting path. For years, their silent debate continued within the heart of the forest. Season after season passed, the oak growing ever thicker, more deeply entrenched in its rigid ways. The bamboo growing taller, reaching for the sky, but never becoming rigid, always retaining its inherent flexibility. Villagers seeking refuge from the oppressive heat of hot summers would gratefully rest in the oak's expansive shade. Children delighted by its playful movement would laugh and play hide and seek within the bamboo grove. Both trees were loved. Both were essential to the ecosystem of the forest and the lives of the villagers. Yet they could never agree on the fundamental nature of strength. One fateful night, the sky darkened with an unusual and ominous speed. It wasn't the gentle artistic darkening of a tranquil sunset, but the angry, bruised purple of a storm that meant serious business, a tempest filled with raw, untamed power. You know this kind of storm, don't you? It's the phone call that changes everything in an instant, shattering your world. It's the unexpected diagnosis that cruelly rewrites your future, forcing you to confront mortality. It's the relationship that suddenly, painfully ends, leaving an aching void. It's the job that inexplicably disappears without a single warning, leaving you adrift. These are life's winds that come not as gentle breezes, but as roaring hurricanes, tearing through your carefully constructed world. The storm hit the forest with a tremendous, almost apocalyptic force. Rain fell not in gentle drops, but in relentless solid sheets, blurring the world. The wind howled through the valley like a living, enraged entity, tearing at everything in its path. Lightning, jagged and blinding, split the oppressive darkness, momentarily illuminating the chaos. Thunder, deep and resonant, shook the very earth beneath their roots. It was the kind of storm that makes even the proudest humans remember how infinitesimally small they are in the face of nature's might. It was the kind of storm that brutally strips away all illusions of control, leaving only raw vulnerability. The oak, true to its nature, did what it always did. It stood firm, unyielding, a monument to its own resolve. It clenched every single fiber of its ancient being, tightened every ring of its massive, gnarled trunk. I have weathered worse, it defiantly thought, its inner voice, a thunderous echo of its external rigidity. I will not bend, I will not break, I am oak. But the wind, a primal force of nature, was stronger than pride, stronger than centuries of history, stronger than even the most unshakable will. With a heart-wrenching crack that echoed through the valley like a scream of pure agony, the great oak split. 200 years of magnificent growth, of unwavering existence, ended in a single, brutal moment. It fell with the immense weight of all its certainty, its rigid conviction crashing to the forest floor, and was finally tragically still. The bamboo. Oh, the bamboo. It danced wildly, almost ecstatically, in the face of the storm's fury. It bent profoundly until its slender stalks nearly touched the very ground, each seemingly impossible bow a testament to its radical flexibility. It seemed inevitable that they would snap under such pressure, yet they did not. The merciless wind threw them east, then west, a relentless assault. The driving rain beat them down with unforgiving force. They looked like fragile blades of grass caught in the vortex of a hurricane, delicate, overwhelmed, surely about to break. But they didn't fight the wind. They didn't resist. Instead, they danced with it. They gave themselves over to its power, flowing with its immense energy. They bowed deeply to its raw, untamed force, without ever losing their fundamental roots, without being torn from the earth that nourished them. And when morning finally came, when the storm had spent its furious energy and moved on, leaving only a damp, quiet calm, the bamboo slowly, gracefully rose again. They were wet, disheveled, but miraculously whole, still firmly rooted, still vibrantly alive, still effortlessly able to dance with the gentlest breeze. This isn't just a simple story about trees. It's a profound metaphor for you lying here tonight, quietly carrying your own inner storms. Perhaps you've been the oak lately, holding everything rigidly tightly, believing that if you just stay strong enough, work hard enough, control enough, then nothing can possibly hurt you. You've meticulously built your life on the bedrock of being unbreakable and unyielding fortress. But stop for a moment and ask yourself, what does this cost you? Feel your body right now. Locate those places where you instinctively hold tension, where rigidity has set in. Perhaps your shoulders are perpetually raised, like protective shields bracing for an unseen attack. Your jaw might be clenched, holding back unspoken words, unexpressed frustrations. Your belly could be tight, a knot of tomorrow's worries and anxieties. That tension, that rigidity, that's your inner oak still trying to stubbornly resist winds that have already passed. Still bracing for ancient storms that ended years ago, their echoes lingering in your cellular memory. The Buddha, in his profound wisdom, taught that suffering comes not from pain itself, but from our resistance to it. The bamboo, in its very essence, understood this truth. It didn't pretend the storm wasn't fierce. It fully acknowledged its power. It didn't minimize the danger or dismiss the threat. It simply chose not to add its own force to the conflict, to the inherent struggle. It chose to move with the immense energy of the wind rather than rigidly against it. Think about the last time you faced something truly difficult. Maybe it was a sharp, unexpected criticism from someone you deeply respect. Your inner oak mind immediately went rigid, instinctively defending meticulously, explaining, vehemently proving why they were wrong, building impenetrable walls, relentlessly strengthening your perceived position. But what if in that moment you had bent instead? What if you had simply said, "Tell me more," and truly, genuinely listened? Not just waiting for your turn to speak, but listening with an open heart. Not because they were necessarily right, but because bending doesn't break you. It frees you. It creates space for understanding, for a different kind of strength to emerge. Or perhaps it was a sudden, frightening health scare. Your inner oak mind demanded you push through the pain stubbornly, ignore the symptoms relentlessly, keep working, keep producing, keep projecting an image of unwavering strength. But your body, with its innate wisdom, was desperately asking you to bend to rest, to yield to its profound wisdom, to honor its need for recovery. And in resisting that gentle plea, you inadvertently created a far greater storm within yourself than the illness itself. Right now, as you listen to these words, you are learning the bamboo's profound secret. Each breath out is a small, conscious bow, a subtle act of surrender. Each release of tension, each conscious softening of your muscles is a gentle yielding to what is. You are not becoming weak, quite the opposite. You are becoming wise. You are discovering that true strength isn't about never falling. It's about how you rise with grace, with resilience, with an understanding that every fall is an opportunity for a different kind of ascent. In Japan, they have a beautiful, resilient phrase, Nana Korobi Yaoki, Chijuan Biba Chiki. It translates literally to fall down 7 times, get up 8. But the profound beauty of this saying isn't just in the act of getting up. It's in the deep understanding that falling is not failure. It's the intrinsic beginning of resilience. It's life itself in its infinite wisdom, gently yet firmly teaching you to dance instead of stand rigid. Your life in its rich tapestry of experiences has asked you to bend many, many times. When carefully laid plans fell through, despite your best, most diligent efforts. When love, that most fragile and powerful of bonds, changed its shape without your permission, leaving you disoriented. When your body, a vessel of finite energy, suddenly said no to what your mind relentlessly demanded. Each time you had a choice to resist or to yield, to be the unyielding oak or the gracefully flexible bamboo. The bamboo teaches us that yielding is not giving up. It is in fact giving over to what is rather than frantically clinging to what should be. It's giving over to the profound truth that we cannot control the relentless winds of life. We can only choose how we dance with them, how we respond to their inevitable force. Feel your body right now. Recall those places where you felt rigid, tight, unyielding when we first began this journey. Notice how something is subtly softening now. Your breath is finding more expansive space, deeper, fuller. Your muscles are remembering that they don't have to carry the weight of the entire world. Your heart is unclenching just a little, releasing its long-held grip. This dear friend is you, becoming bamboo, not all at once, not in a sudden transformation, but gradually, gently, breath by conscious breath. The villagers, in their profound grief, mourned the demise of the great oak. Children who had played joyfully in its vast shade wept openly, their hearts aching for its loss. But in time, they discovered something unexpectedly beautiful amidst the tragedy. Where the oak had fallen, new, vibrant life began to emerge. Wildflowers, whose seeds had patiently waited centuries for sunlight, finally bloomed in a riot of color. Small animals, displaced by the oak's fall, found new, cozy homes within its massive, decaying trunk. The oak's dramatic death, once a symbol of loss, became a rich source of life for others, a testament to the continuous cycle of nature. Even in its ending, it served, and the bamboo. It continued to grow patiently, persistently, spreading its quiet wisdom through an intricate network of underground roots, reinforcing its deep connection to the earth. New, vibrant shoots appeared each spring, each one inherently knowing in its very DNA how to bend, how to survive and thrive by gracefully yielding. The bamboo grove became a true sanctuary, a place where weary souls came not only to rest, but to learn the profound lesson of flexibility, to practice the sacred art of letting go. Tomorrow, when pressure inevitably comes, and it will come in myriad forms, you'll have a new choice. You can choose to be the oak rigidly meeting force, with force stubbornly resisting the unyielding currents of life. Or you can choose to be the bamboo strong in your inherent flexibility, bending with grace so you don't break dancing fluidly with difficulty, instead of rigidly declaring war on it. The bamboo grove still grows thriving in that ancient forest. If you visit on a particularly windy day, you can hear it the soft melodic sound of strength that intuitively knows how to yield the gentle whisper of wisdom that bends but never truly breaks. It sounds remarkably like your breath right now, soft and rhythmic, rising and falling, never forcing, always returning to its natural, effortless flow. You too are growing right here in this gentle darkness, not toward rigidity, but toward a profound grace that can hold anything, that can embrace all of life's complexities with a quiet strength. The oak's falling wasn't a tragedy, it was a profound transformation. Sometimes we need to fall completely, to break free from old patterns in order to learn how to rise differently, to discover that true strength has many unexpected faces, and that the softest amongst them is often the most enduring, the most powerful. Let yourself sway a little. Even now, lying still, you can feel it, that inner flexibility returning, the profound permission to be human, to be imperfect, to bend with gentle grace when life unequivocally asks you to bend. The storm of today is passing. The winds of thought are gentling, softening their relentless assault, and you, like the resilient bamboo, are still here, whole breathing, effortlessly bending into a deep, abiding peace. Our next story flows naturally from the wisdom of the bamboo. From learning to bend without breaking, we learn an even deeper truth, to empty without losing, and from letting go of rigidity, we discover the profound gift of space, the open cup that can truly receive. This isn't just about clearing out clutter, it's about making room for the new, the unexpected, the divine. There was a young scholar who traveled far to meet a renowned Zen master. His mind, much like many of ours in this digital age, was like a web browser with 47 tabs open, each one seemingly urgent, each one relentlessly demanding attention. He carried degrees from prestigious universities, could effortlessly quote philosophers from memory, and had written countless academic papers that impressed his most discerning professors. Intellectually, he was brilliant, a walking encyclopedia of knowledge. Yet despite all his accumulated wisdom and accolades, something fundamental was missing. Peace eluded him, slipping through his clenched fists like water impossible to grasp. Does this sound familiar to you? How many books have you devoured tirelessly, searching for the answer? How many podcasts have you consumed, hoping for the perfect insight? How many techniques, meditations, or self-help programs Have you tried each one, promising to be the definitive key to happiness? And with each new pursuit, each new piece of information, do you find yourself simply adding another layer to your already overflowing mind? The scholar had heard whispers about this particular master tales that painted him as different, almost enigmatic. They said he taught without teaching, that people left his presence fundamentally changed, not by what he said, but by what he didn't say, by the profound silence he embodied. The scholar, despite his intellectual skepticism, was desperate for a solution to his inner turmoil, a dangerous combination that often paradoxically leads to truth. The journey to the master's humble hut was arduous, up-winding mountain paths that challenged his city-soft feet through dense forests, where the only sounds were his own increasingly strained breathing and the calls of nameless birds. With each weary step, his mental arguments grew louder, more insistent. "This is foolish," one voice in his head declared. "You already know enough. You're wasting your time." But another voice, quieter yet more persistent, urged him onward, a faint whisper of hope. When he finally arrived, the master's dwelling surprised him with its utter simplicity. It wasn't grand. There were no golden statues, no elaborate decorations, no outward signs of spiritual pomp. It was just a simple wooden structure that seemed to grow organically from the mountain itself, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Smoke curled gently from a small chimney, a symbol of warmth and life. A small, meticulously tended garden showed clear signs of recent care, a testament to quiet diligence. It was utterly ordinary, yet in its very ordinariness it became something extraordinary, radiating a quiet, profound presence. The master greeted him at the door, an old man whose eyes seemed perpetually amused by everything around him, including the scholar's obvious physical exhaustion and his carefully hidden intellectual arrogance. "Welcome," he said simply, his voice warm and inviting. "You must be tired. Come sit." The scholar, though physically weary, was mentally buzzing. He bowed formally, a practiced gesture of respect, and immediately launched into his well-rehearsed introduction. "Master," he began, his voice earnest, "I've studied the Diamond Sutra extensively. I understand the Four Noble Truths deeply. I practice meditation daily, sometimes for hours on end. I've read every major Buddhist text available. I've attended retreats with renowned teachers across the land, but still enlightenment hasn't come. Peace continues to escape me, slipping through my grasp. What am I missing? What more must I learn? What further knowledge do I need to accumulate?" The master listened without a single interruption, his face showing neither approval nor judgment, just pure, unwavering presence, a quality rarely found in the bustling world. When the scholar finally paused, gasping slightly for breath after his exhaustive recitation, the master simply smiled and said, "Let's have tea." "You've been this scholar, haven't you, tirelessly searching for peace in the accumulation of information, relentlessly looking for rest in more doing, more striving. You think that if you just learn enough, understand enough, achieve enough, accumulate enough, finally, you'll feel enough, you'll reach that elusive state of contentment. But paradoxically, the emptiness inside the sense of lack seems to grow with each new thing you pour into it, never quite filling the void. The master moved with an unhurried grace, each movement deliberate, conscious. He heated water over a small, crackling flame, the gentle hiss of steam filling the quiet room. He then carefully selected the tea leaves, handling them with the kind of reverence and attention that others might reserve for precious jewels. The scholar watched his impatience, growing, his mind already furiously calculating how long this ritual would take, what more productive activity he could be engaged in. Instead, how much money he was potentially losing by simply sitting there idle. He couldn't grasp that the teaching had already begun unfolding silently before his very eyes. When the tea was ready, its amber liquid shimmering invitingly, the master began pouring it into the scholar's cup. The warm, fragrant liquid rose steadily steam, carrying the earthy scent of the leaves and the quiet aroma of time. It reached the halfway point, then 3/4, then the very brim of the cup. But the master didn't stop. The tea continued to flow, overflowing onto the saucer, then spilling onto the low wooden table, then cascading onto the scholar's expensive robes, and finally puddling onto the polished floor. Still, the master poured his face, serene, his eyes holding a gentle, knowing amusement. "Master," the scholar cried, jumping back abruptly, startled and dismayed as the hot tea seeped into his robes. "Stop, the cup is full, no more will go in, you're wasting the tea." The master, with the same unhurried grace, set down the teapot gently. He looked at the scholar, his eyes twinkling with that familiar, profound amusement. "Exactly," he said. "You are like this cup, so full of what you think you know, so full of your own opinions, your own conclusions, your own theories. How can I possibly show you Zen when you have no space to receive it? How can true wisdom enter a mind that is already overflowing?" The scholar sat in stunned silence. For perhaps the first time in many years, his racing mind had nothing to say, no arguments to formulate, no clever rejoinders to offer. The sheer unexpectedness of the moment had temporarily silenced his inner dialogue. "Right now, your cup is overflowing too, isn't it? Not just with intellectual knowledge, but with tomorrow's worries sitting heavy as stones, weighing down your present moment. Yesterday's regrets are endlessly replaying on a cruel internal loop. There are countless stories about who you are and who you're not, narratives that define and confine you, beliefs about what you need to be happy, certainties that might in fact be invisible prisons. The Buddha called this a beginner's mind, Shoshin, not the mind that knows nothing, but the mind that is willing to hold things lightly, to see with fresh eyes, to meet each precious moment as if for the very first time, devoid of preconceived notions. Children possess this beginner's mind naturally, effortlessly. They look at a simple flower as if they've just invented color itself, seeing its vibrancy with pure awe. They hear rain falling as if it's the world's very first symphony, each drop a perfect note. When did you lose this natural capacity for wonder? When did your cup become so utterly full that the boundless joy of curiosity and wonder could no longer find even the slightest space to enter. Feel what's in your cup right now. Perhaps it's that relentless inner commentary about your self-worth. I should be further along by now. I'm too old to change. I've tried everything and nothing ever works. These thoughts are like old tea gone cold and bitter stagnant in your cup for so long that you've forgotten they're not an inherent part of the cup itself. They are merely additions, accumulations. The scholar stayed with the master for 3 days. At first, his mind raged a furious internal rebellion. This is a complete waste of time. I could be reading. I could be practicing. I could be achieving something tangible. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, something began to shift within him. They swept the floors together in profound silence. The scholar's mind initially busied itself composing eloquent essays about the profound meaning of sweeping, trying to intellectualize the simple act. But eventually, there was just the broom, just the floor, just the simple, rhythmic act of care. His intellectual constructs faded, replaced by the immediate reality of his hands moving the broom sweeping. They prepared meals together. The scholar, ever eager to display his knowledge, wanted to discuss the intricate Buddhist philosophy of eating, of sustenance. But the master only smiled gently and continued chopping vegetables, his focus absolute. Eventually, the scholar found himself fully absorbed in the vibrant colors of the vegetables, the varied textures, the rhythmic sound of the knife on the wooden cutting board. His elaborate theories faded into the background, replaced by the simple, profound miracle of carrots being perfectly vibrantly orange. You're emptying now, too. With each gentle breath out, something releases within you. Not forever, not in a permanent erasure, but just for now, just enough to create some precious room, some much-needed space. Can you feel it? The spaciousness that's beginning to emerge, the lightness that wasn't there before. In our culture, the concept of empty often feels like a profound failure. Empty hands signify poverty or lack. An empty calendar suggests unpopularity or idleness. Empty achievements imply worthlessness. But in Zen, empty is sacred. The empty cup, precisely because it is empty, can fully receive. The empty room devoid of clutter can warmly welcome guests, becoming a space of boundless hospitality. And the empty mind, free from its incessant chatter, can finally truly rest. Think about your phone for a moment. How many apps are running in the background right now? Silently draining its battery, slowing everything down constantly, sending distracting notifications that relentlessly pull you away from the present moment. Your mind works in much the same way. Old programs are running constantly, comparing yourself to others, judging situations, defending your ego, meticulously planning the future, regretting the past, worrying about what might be. What if just for a short while you could close them all, not forever, not even for tomorrow, but just for tonight? What if you could consciously power down that part of you that needs to know everything, that needs to be right, that needs to have all the answers? On the third evening, the master poured tea again. This time, he poured it into a fresh, empty cup. And this time, he stopped at just the right, perfect moment, the amber liquid filling the cup to a graceful level, neither too much nor too little. "Now we can begin," he said. The scholar tasted that tea as if he'd never truly had tea before, as if it were the very first sip of his life, because in a profound way he hadn't. Not with an empty cup, not with a quiet mind, not with the necessary space to actually receive the experience fully. The tea itself was the same, identical to the tea he'd consumed countless times before, but the drinker was fundamentally different. "You're tasting something new right now too, aren't you? This moment, this breath, this gentle darkness that surrounds you, they're not what your full, cluttered cup expected. They're simpler, quieter, and somehow profoundly exactly enough." The master never gave the scholar the explicit answers he had traveled so far to seek. He never explained any secret teaching, never revealed any hidden technique or magic formula for enlightenment. Instead, he showed him something far, far better. He revealed that the peace the scholar so desperately sought wasn't in more accumulation. It was, in fact, in less. He showed him that wisdom wasn't something to tirelessly accumulate, like books on a shelf. It was a vast open space to be discovered, a profound emptiness waiting to be recognized. Your cup is making space now. Those heavy, burdensome thoughts you carried into tonight, they're not entirely gone, but they're floating lighter, less dense. There's room between them, room for breath, room for quiet, room for something new to gently enter your awareness. The Buddha said, "In the end, only three things matter: how much you loved, how gently you lived, and how gracefully you let go of things not meant for you." That last part, how gracefully you let go, that's your practice tonight. Letting go of thoughts not meant for this moment. Letting go of problems that truly belong to tomorrow. Letting go of the desperate need to be anything other than simply here, now. Breathing, emptying enough to be utterly filled with peace. The scholar eventually left the mountain a fundamentally changed man. His friends noticed the transformation, immediately drawn by his newfound tranquility. "What did the master teach you?" they asked eagerly, their voices buzzing with curiosity. He smiled a genuine soft smile and poured them tea, stopping at just the right perfect moment. "He taught me when to stop pouring," he said simply. "You're learning this too. When to stop adding, when to stop accumulating, when to stop relentlessly filling your mind with more noise, more information, more striving. The cup of your consciousness is beautiful. Yes, but only when there's enough room for light to playfully dance on its surface. Only when there's ample space for peace to gently enter and reside. And now, with a lighter, more spacious cup, we flow into the next profound teaching, a lesson about questions that have no answers, and why recognizing that might just be the greatest relief of all. Sometimes, the mind needs to break a little to finally remember what lies beyond the relentless confines of thinking. Sometimes the mind needs to break a little to finally remember what lies beyond the relentless confines of thinking. This next teaching invites us to explore the profound liberation found when we surrender to questions that have no answers and why that might be the greatest relief of all. The world never stops ringing, does it? Notifications buzz, conversations hum, and the endless symphony of modern life constantly plays in our ears. Even now, in this quiet moment, you might hear something. A car passing in the distance, a clock ticking softly, or the persistent whisper of your own thoughts. There was a young monk named Tenzin whose heart burned with an insatiable desire to understand. Not the ordinary understanding of how things work, like the mechanics of a clock or the flow of a river, but the deep existential understanding of what things truly are, their essence and their ultimate nature. He meditated until his legs went numb, pushing his body to its limits. He studied ancient texts until his eyes burned with fatigue, absorbing knowledge ceaselessly. He practiced every spiritual discipline with such fierce dedication that practice itself became another form of relentless striving, another demanding task on an endless to-do list. Yet despite all his efforts, enlightenment remained a distant shore, perpetually out of reach. His teacher, a wise old master, who observed Tenzin's fierce but often rigid effort, decided it was time. Time for a teaching that couldn't be grasped by the intellect, couldn't be solved by logic, but could only be surrendered to a truth that lay beyond the realm of conceptual understanding. One morning, as Tenzin sat before him eager for a new instruction, hungry for the next piece of wisdom, the master gave him a riddle. But this was no normal riddle, with a clever answer waiting to be discovered through logical deduction. It was a koan, a paradoxical question or statement designed to break the mind's rigid addiction to solving, to shatter its reliance on linear thought. Tenzin, the master said, his voice as gentle as morning mist. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Tenzin blinked, utterly bewildered. Surely he had misheard. Master, he stammered, do you mean what is the sound when I clap my hands together like this? He demonstrated, bringing his palms together with a sharp, resonant sound. No, the teacher smiled, his eyes twinkling with profound amusement. One hand. What sound does one hand make when it claps? You know this feeling, don't you? Life itself often presents you with impossible questions, too. Not koans from Zen masters, perhaps, but equally unanswerable riddles that plague your mind. Why did this happen to me? What's my purpose? Will I ever be truly happy? When will I finally feel like I'm enough? These are the questions that keep you awake at 3:00 a.m., turning them over and over in your mind like rough stones desperate for them to become smooth, polished, and solvable. Tenzin, determined to find an answer, tried everything his logical mind could conceive. First, he attempted various physical and philosophical approaches. He clapped one hand against his chest, producing a dull thud. No, said the master. He waved one hand swiftly through the air, creating a whooshing noise. No, the master repeated gently. He snapped his fingers, a quick, sharp pop. That's still two things meeting, the master observed with an unwavering, patient gaze. Days turned into weeks, and Tenzin's frustration grew tightening into a hard knot in his chest. He tried philosophical answers, abstract concepts, hoping to intellectualize his way to the solution. "The sound is silence," he declared. "The sound is everything. The sound is nothing." Each time, the master simply shook his head, a gesture of quiet negation. "Stop trying to be clever," the master finally said, his voice firm but kind. "The answer isn't in your thinking." This is exactly what your mind does at 3:00 a.m., isn't it? It takes seemingly unsolvable problems and attacks them with the relentless logic of math equations. If I just think harder, if I just analyze more, if I just find the right angle, I'll crack it. But what if some questions aren't meant to be solved? What if they're meant to dissolve the solver, to break down the very framework of the mind's rigid need for answers? Tenzin sat with this impossible question for weeks, tirelessly grappling with its elusive nature. At first, his mind fought like a trapped bird, frantically beating its wings against the invisible cage of the unanswerable. He'd wake in the dead of night with new theories, fresh interpretations, convinced he had finally found the key, only to rush to his teacher with renewed hope. Each new attempt, however, was met with the same gentle, unwavering no. You're feeling this too, aren't you? The sheer exhaustion of trying to think your way to peace, the profound fatigue of attempting to solve your life like it's a complicated problem. Your mind spins its wheels endlessly, creating more dust and internal agitation than actual forward movement. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly, something began to shift within Tenzin. Not all at once, not in a dramatic flash of insight, but like ice beginning to crack and melt in the gentle warmth of spring. He stopped frantically looking for the answer. Instead, he began to feel into the question, to simply inhabit its mystery without the need to resolve it. What if the point wasn't to find an actual sound? What if the point was to discover what happens when you simply stop searching? He began to notice the subtle, exquisite things around him, the soft, steady rhythm of his own breathing, the gentle rustle of his robes as he walked, the way silence itself seemed alive, imbued with a palpable presence, full of something that didn't need words to exist. One quiet morning, as dawn painted the monastery walls in hues of soft gold, Tenzin sat in the tranquil garden. A single leaf detached itself from a tree, spiraling down in perfect, effortless silence, its descent a graceful dance. He watched it completely absorbed, not thinking, not analyzing, just watching. And suddenly he understood, not with his logical mind, but with something deeper, something ineffable. The sound of one hand isn't a sound at all. It's the silence that holds all sounds. It's the expansive, open space between your thoughts right now. It's what's listening to these words this very moment. It's what's always been here before you learned to think, before you learned to worry, before you learned that you needed to become something other than what you already are. The Buddha once pointed at the moon high in the night sky and told his students, "My teaching is like a finger pointing at the moon. Don't concentrate on the finger or you'll miss the heavenly glory." Your mind, much like the diligent but misguided student, is always looking at the fingers, analyzing the pointing meticulously, measuring the angle endlessly, debating the technique, trying to find the perfect method. But tonight, just for tonight, You're starting to see what they truly point toward, the vast, quiet expanse that holds everything, the profound peace that doesn't need explanation, doesn't need to be earned. Think about music for a moment. Without the silence between notes, it would just be noise and undifferentiated cacophony. It's the pause, the space that gives each note its shape, its meaning, its beauty. Your thoughts are the same. They need space to be beautiful, to be meaningful. They need pause to have impact. The sound of one hand is that space. It's what makes the music possible, the very fabric of existence. Tenzin, overwhelmed by this sudden profound insight, ran to his teacher, his heart overflowing. But when he arrived, he found he had nothing to say. How do you explain silence to someone who has never heard it? How do you describe an expansive space to someone who only knows confinement? He simply raised one hand, his palm open, and smiled a smile of pure recognition. The teacher's eyes crinkled with joy, a reflection of the deep understanding that passed between them without words. Now you hear it, the master affirmed softly. What are you hearing right now? Beyond my voice, beyond the chatter of your thoughts, beyond the rhythmic sound of your own breathing, there's something else, isn't there? A profound presence that doesn't need words, a knowing that doesn't need proof, a peace that doesn't need earning. In your daily life, you're constantly clapping with two hands, action and reaction, problem and solution, desire and fulfillment, cause and effect. Everything meeting something else. Everything creating noise, ceaseless activity. But peace. Peace lives in one hand, in being without doing, in knowing without thinking, in the sound that isn't a sound, the profound stillness that underlies all existence. The koan, in its paradoxical simplicity, breaks the mind's rigid addiction to figuring everything out, to constantly seeking resolution. Right now, you don't need to figure out tomorrow. You don't need to solve your life's complexities. You don't need to understand why things happened as they did. You can just be here, utterly present, listening to the sound of one hand, which is everywhere, which is nowhere, which is exactly where you are, perfectly whole and complete. It's in your breath, that soft, rhythmic flow that continues effortlessly, whether you think about it or not. Who decides to breathe your next breath? Who makes your heart beat its tireless rhythm? What is this profound intelligence that lives your life while you sleep effortlessly, sustaining your being? That's the sound of one hand. Years later, Tenzin himself became a revered teacher. Students would come to him burdened by their urgent questions, their desperate need to understand, their exhausting pursuit of enlightenment. He would look at them with infinite compassion, remembering his own fierce struggle, his own relentless quest for answers. And he would ask not with judgment, but with gentle inquiry, "But can you hear the silence between your words? Can you feel the space between your thoughts?" That's where the true teaching lives. You're learning this tonight. That peace isn't found in answers, in definitive solutions to life's myriad problems. It's found in the space before questions form, in the pregnant pause between breaths, in the subtle moment between sleep and waking, in the ephemeral gap between one thought ending and another beginning. Your mind might still be whispering its endless questions. Let it allow them to be there, but notice you don't have to chase them anymore. You can let them float by like fleeting clouds while you rest securely in the vast open sky that holds them. The sky doesn't need to understand clouds. It just gives them ample space to pass, to dissolve. The sound of one hand is playing right now. It's been playing all along since before you were born, since before you learned your name, in the quiet spaces between these very words, in the profound stillness of your deepening breath, in the expanding calm that grows as thoughts gently fade away. This is why you came here tonight, not for more answers to add to your already overflowing collection, but to remember the peace that exists beyond questions, to find the rest that resides beyond the endless cycle of solving, to hear the sound that isn't a sound, but is more real, more fundamental than any noise. Let this be your lullaby, the sound of one hand clapping, the perfect silence that holds you, the peace that needs no explanation, the profound presence that requires no understanding. Tomorrow you'll return to the world of two hands of doing and achieving of problems and solutions. But something will be subtly different. You'll carry this silence with you, this expansive space, this knowing that not everything needs to be solved, not everything needs an answer. Some things, the most profound things, just need to be lived, to be experienced in their raw, authentic simplicity. And from this deep silence, we drift naturally into our next equally profound story, a teaching about letting go of the need to know, what comes next about finding an unexpected, liberating peace in the very heart of uncertainty itself. Because sometimes the greatest wisdom is simply learning to say, I don't know, and feeling the immense freedom contained within those words. There was a farmer who understood something most of us spend lifetimes missing. He lived with the seasons, his hands intimately familiar with the rich soil of his land. His eyes keen and observant could read weather patterns in the subtle shifts of cloud formations, predicting rain or sun with an almost uncanny accuracy. But his deepest wisdom wasn't about crops or rain. It was about the stories we tell ourselves, and how those stories, often without our conscious awareness, gradually become our very own prisons. His humble farm sat at the edge of a small village, nestled precisely where the mountains gently touched the vast open sky. He was neither wealthy nor poor. He simply had enough. His most prized possession was one sturdy horse that helped him plow the fields, a strong and loyal companion that had been with him for many years, sharing the rhythm of his life. The farmer's days unfolded with simple, predictable rhythms. He would rise before dawn, greet the first light, enjoy a simple breakfast of rice and tea, and then walk the familiar path to the quarry as the sky lightened. There he would find the right stone, read its grain with an experienced eye, and begin the patient, deliberate work of shaping it. The rhythmic sound of metal on stone would echo through the valley, tap, 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 a steady cadence as regular as a heartbeat, grounding him in the present moment. By evening, tired but deeply satisfied by the honest labor of his hands, he would walk home, eat his simple dinner, and sink into the deep restorative sleep of physical exhaustion. He wasn't unhappy exactly, but he wasn't ecstatically happy either. He existed in that vast gray space where so many of us live, not suffering acutely perhaps, but certainly not thriving, just getting by, making do, occasionally wondering, is this all there is? Is there something more? One ordinary morning, the farmer woke to find his fence broken. His loyal horse, the very backbone of his livelihood, was gone. Hoof prints clear in the damp earth led unmistakably toward the vast untamed mountains where wild horses roamed freely. By noon, the entire village knew news travels fast when life is simple and quiet. The neighbors gathered, their faces etched with sympathy and concern, shaking their heads in collective dismay. Such terrible luck, they lamented. How will you plow your fields now? How will you bring your crops to market without your horse? This is a disaster, a total catastrophe. The farmer looked toward the mountains, his gaze calm and steady, where his horse had disappeared. He was quiet for a moment, letting their words hang in the air, allowing the fuss for what was. Then he said simply, his voice measured and even, maybe so, maybe not. The neighbors exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of response was that? His livelihood, his very future had just walked away. Yet the farmer was already mending the fence, not frantically, not in a rush of panic, but steadily, meticulously, as if losing and mending were equally intrinsically part of the timeless rhythm of farming itself. You've been trained, haven't you, to label everything instantly, to categorize it as good or bad, success or failure, a blessing or a curse. Your mind is like a sophisticated sorting machine, automatically putting experiences into rigid boxes before they've even finished happening. That promotion, good. That illness, bad. That relationship ending, a disaster. That opportunity missed, a definite failure. But are you really sure? Are you absolutely, undeniably sure? Can you truly know the full implications of any event in the very moment it unfolds? 3 days later, the familiar sound of hoofbeats woke the village once more. The farmer's horse had returned, but not alone. 3 magnificent wild horses, young and strong, followed dutifully behind it. They entered the mended corral as if they'd always belonged there, calm and ready. Now the neighbors' lamentations turned to exuberant celebration. What incredible fortune, they exclaimed, their voices ringing with delight. You've tripled your wealth. You're the luckiest man in the village. The gods truly smile upon you. The farmer, his movements calm and deliberate, fed all 4 horses, his demeanor completely unchanged by this dramatic reversal of fortune. Maybe so, maybe not, he said, his voice holding the same quiet equanimity. Think about your own life for a moment. That job you desperately wanted, applied for with all your heart, but didn't get. Where did that unexpected rejection lead you? That relationship that ended brutally, breaking your heart and leaving you shattered? What unexpected growth? What profound wisdom? What new opportunities blossomed in that broken space? That carefully constructed plan that fell apart spectacularly, leaving you feeling utterly lost and defeated. What unexpected door opened precisely because of that collapse? Can you really say with absolute unwavering certainty that what you initially called bad was only bad, or that what you labeled good was only good? The very next week, the farmer's only son, eager to prove his worth and strength, decided to train one of the newly acquired wild horses. He was young, full of youthful zeal. The horse, though magnificent, was untamed, still wild at heart. You can probably see where this is going, can't you? But life rarely grants us such clear foresight, such clear-eyed predictability. The horse bucked violently, suddenly, throwing the son high into the air. He landed hard with a sickening thud, and the sharp sound of breaking bone echoed chillingly across the field. His leg was badly fractured, the kind of break that would take months to heal, the kind that would leave him permanently different. The neighbors once again flocked to the farmer's side, their faces filled with pity and lamentation. "How terrible," they moaned collectively. "Your only son just before harvest. He may never walk properly again." Those wild horses were clearly a curse, a grave misfortune. The farmer, with gentle, steady hands, tended his son's broken leg. He carefully prepared herbal poultices, adjusted the splints with quiet precision, and brought his son nourishing soup and comforting stories. When asked about this latest misfortune, he looked at his son alive, healing, profoundly present despite his pain. "Maybe so, maybe not," he said, his voice a soft, unwavering murmur. "Right now, something in your life might feel utterly broken. Perhaps it's trust shattered after a painful betrayal. Maybe it's a cherished dream that crashed brutally into the harsh wall of reality. Or perhaps it's your very sense of direction, your once unwavering confidence, your vibrant health that now feels fragile. Your mind, in its desperate need for certainty, wants to immediately write the ending to this story, to declare it a tragedy, to definitively close the book on this chapter. But what if the story isn't finished? What if you're only on chapter 3 of something much longer, a narrative whose full scope you can not yet comprehend? Soon after, a devastating war came to the region, sweeping through villages with merciless force. Soldiers, grim-faced and stern, arrived in the village with unequivocal orders. Every able-bodied young man must join the army. No exceptions. The village wept openly as sons were cruelly taken, brothers, husbands, and entire futures marched away to brutal battles. They had no choice and no desire to fight. The soldiers, inspecting the men, looked at the farmer's son, saw his badly splinted leg, shook their heads in dismissive judgment, and moved on, leaving him behind. The neighbors' tears, still fresh and wet on their faces from the loss of their own sons, now looked at the farmer with new eyes, some with stark envy, some with profound wonder, and some with a dawning, humbling understanding. The broken leg saved him, they whispered amongst themselves, the realization spreading like wildfire. What we called misfortune became protection. The farmer said nothing this time. He didn't need to. His eyes held the same steady, quiet acknowledgement, the same unwavering acceptance. Maybe so, maybe not. The story, as always, continues. The Buddha taught that suffering comes from attachment. Not just attachment to material possessions or to certain outcomes, but also to our rigid stories about things, to our unwavering certainty about what everything means. We are attached to our desperate need to know whether we're winning or losing, as if life were a simplistic game with a clear scoreboard instead of a vast, unpredictable river that, despite all its twists and turns, instinctively knows its way to the boundless sea. You're lying here tonight, perhaps clinging to your own rigid meanings. That conversation last week, you're absolutely sure it meant rejection, a definitive sign of your inadequacy. That opportunity missed, you're certain it was your only chance, the one path to happiness. That devastating diagnosis, you know it means your life is over, finished. But do you? Do you really? Or is that just chapter 5 and you, in your limited human perception, are frantically trying to write chapter 50, eager to control the ending? The farmer's profound wisdom wasn't indifference. He felt genuine joy when his horse returned multiplied. His heart clenched with paternal pain when his son fell and broke his leg. He worried like any farmer about the upcoming harvest, with no help. But he didn't allow his powerful feelings to harden into immutable facts, to become rigid conclusions that closed off all other possibilities. He stayed soft, curious, open to the ever-unfolding stories of life. This is precisely what's happening to you tonight. Your desperate grip on certainty, on fixed outcomes, is subtly loosening those rigid, often negative stories about your life, the ones you've told yourself so many times that they feel like absolute truth. They're gently transforming into questions. Not anxious questions, demanding immediate answers, but soft, gentle inquiries like sunlight filtering through leaves. What if that loss was a form of protection you couldn't see yet? What if that delay was in fact perfect timing, redirecting you to a better path? What if that closed door saved you from entering a room you didn't truly need to be in? What if you can't see the whole picture because you're still inside the frame, still living the story, not outside looking in? Years passed in the farmer's quiet village. Seasons changed, each bringing its own lessons. Stories evolved, grew richer, more complex. Some soldiers, against all odds, eventually returned, forever changed by war. Many, tragically, did not. The son's leg healed stronger and more resilient than before, a testament to his body's innate capacity for recovery. He married the blacksmith's daughter, a kind and gentle soul. They had children who rode horses with an effortless grace as if they were born to it. The wild horses, once considered a curse, became the foundation of a thriving business, a source of unexpected prosperity. Through it all, the farmer continued to tend his fields with the same quiet dedication. His hair grew white, like the mountain snow. His hands became more deeply weathered, but his eyes kept the same quiet understanding, the same profound equanimity. When young people came seeking wisdom, burdened by their own certainties and anxieties, he'd smile a gentle, knowing smile. "I don't have wisdom," he'd say simply. "I just have patience with not knowing." Feel how this story is subtly working on you now. Those tight knots of, "this is definitely bad." Those unwavering certainties of, "that was absolutely wrong." They're gently loosening, not because the external events have changed, but because your relationship to them is softening, becoming more flexible. Tomorrow, when your mind inevitably starts its labeling machine, when it rushes to judge each moment, to file everything as good or bad, success or failure, you might hear the farmer's voice, gentle as rain, yet profoundly clear, whispering, maybe so, maybe not. This isn't about forced positive thinking, about pretending bad things are good. It's about humility, the humble, liberating recognition that we see only a tiny, fragmented slice of a much larger reality. It's about understanding that life is writing a story far grander, far more intricate than our limited human comprehension can grasp. It's about realizing that what looks definitively like an ending might in fact be a beginning in disguise, a hidden transformation. Your anxiety often stems from thinking you know how things should go, from believing you can clearly see the entire story from page 10. But what if you can't? What if that inability to know isn't a failure, but a profound freedom? What if not knowing is the very doorway to peace, the key to unlocking a different kind of rest? The farmer lived to be very old, his life a testament to quiet wisdom. On his last day, surrounded by his loving children and grandchildren, one of them gently asked, "Grandfather, do you fear death?" He smiled one more time, that same serene smile that had met every fortune and misfortune with unwavering acceptance. "Maybe so, maybe not," he replied, his voice soft, his eyes twinkling with ancient curiosity. "Let's see what comes next." And in that profound acceptance, that complete surrender to the mystery of life and death, there was no fear, only boundless curiosity, only expansive openness, only absolute peace. You're practicing this now too, aren't you? Letting go of rigid conclusions, resting in the expansive space between meaning and mystery, finding peace not in definitive knowing, but in simple, profound allowing. The stories you've carried about yourself, about what defines you, about what limits you, about what blesses or curses you. Maybe so, maybe not. Can you feel it? The immense relief of not having to be absolutely sure, the liberating freedom of letting life surprise you, the quiet peace of trusting a story you can't yet read, whose ending is beautifully, mercifully unknown. Now that the noise has quieted and your mind feels more spacious and accepting, something else becomes visible, the tender places. These are the parts of you that hurt in ways you've been too busy, too distracted, or too afraid to acknowledge. Perhaps you've built walls around them, hoping to keep the pain out, only to find you've also walled yourself in. But it's safe to look at them now, here in this gentle darkness, with only my voice and your breath as companions. This is a space of quiet courage, where we can gently turn towards what truly needs our attention. The Buddha was sitting with his students one afternoon, the sun warm on their faces, the air still and peaceful. A monk approached his posture, subtly conveying a heavy burden he carried within. You could see it in how he walked, in the tight line of his shoulders, in eyes that couldn't quite meet anyone else's gaze. His very being seemed to sag under an invisible weight. "Master," he said, his voice rough, thick with the tears he held back, a raw edge of frustration in his tone. I've been practicing for years. I meditate diligently. I follow the precepts strictly. I study the teachings deeply, but still pain finds me. My heart breaks. My body ages. Loss visits me again and again. If the practice truly works, why do I still suffer? The Buddha's eyes filled with profound compassion. It wasn't the distant compassion of someone who has never known hurt or the pity of one who feels superior to another's pain. This was the deep understanding of someone who has walked through immense suffering himself. He was quiet for a moment, allowing the monk's raw of pain to have its full space, not rushing to fix it, not trying to explain it away, just holding it in gentle acceptance. Then he spoke, his voice clear and resonant. Let me tell you about 2 arrows. When someone is struck by an arrow, it hurts. This is natural. This is simply being human. The arrow pierces the skin. Pain follows. Blood flows. This is the first arrow, and everyone who lives will feel it. You know this arrow, don't you? It's the unexpected phone call, delivering test results you desperately didn't want to hear. It's the sudden emptiness of a chair at the dinner table where a loved one used to sit. It's the abrupt job loss that came without warning, shattering your sense of security. It's the relationship that ended, leaving a gaping wound despite your best, most heartfelt efforts. It's your body, once vibrant and reliable, now refusing to work the way it used to, betraying your expectations. Life shoots these first arrows at us, not because you've done something wrong, not as punishment, but simply because this is the nature of living in a world where everything changes, where impermanence is the only constant. The Buddha continued, his gaze soft yet piercing. But then something else happens. The person who has been shot begins to think, why me? What did I do to deserve this? This is utterly unfair. This shouldn't be happening to me. I must have done something wrong. I'm being punished. My life is ruined. This will never get better. These thoughts, the Buddha said gently, these are the second arrow, and this one we shoot into ourselves. Feel that for a moment. The subtle yet profound difference between the pain that simply comes to you, the first arrow, and the pain you actively add to it, the second arrow. The distinction between what objectively happens and the agonizing story you tell yourself about what happens. The difference between the wound itself and your deep-seated resistance to being wounded, your fierce belief that you shouldn't feel this pain. The monk's eyes widened, a flicker of dawning understanding, like the first light gently touching mountain peaks after a long night. So the practice, he said slowly, thoughtfully, isn't about avoiding the first arrow. No. The Buddha smiled a sad, knowing smile. As long as you have a body, it will age. It will experience sickness and decay. As long as you love, you will inevitably grieve the loss of those you cherish. As long as you are human, the first arrow will find you. It is unavoidable. His words resonated with a profound truth. The practice is about the second arrow, learning not to shoot it, or when you do, learning to immediately put the bow down, to release the tension, to stop the self-inflicted harm. Think about your own pain now, not the kind of deep analytical thinking that spins more stories, but just a gentle, compassionate noticing. Is there something in your life that hurt you initially and then hurt even worse because of the stories you told yourself about what it meant? Maybe someone you deeply cared about left you. That was the first arrow, the pain of separation. But then your mind added, they left because I'm not lovable. They left because I'm too much. They left because I'm not enough. Those, my friend, are second arrows, each one shot from your own inner bow, aimed precisely at your own vulnerable heart. Or perhaps your health changed dramatically. That's the first arrow, the physical discomfort, the limitations. But then came the relentless self-talk. I should have prevented this. My body is betraying me. I'm weak. I'm broken. This is all my fault. These are second arrows meticulously crafted by your mind, creating layers of suffering on top of the original raw pain. The beautiful thing, the utterly liberating truth, the thing that can change everything, is that the second arrow is entirely optional. It's not easy to avoid, no. We are so incredibly practiced at shooting it, so deeply conditioned to inflict this secondary suffering upon ourselves. But it is optional. A woman in the group, her face etched with years of unspoken pain, hesitantly raised her hand. But Master, how do we stop? When the pain comes, the thoughts follow so quickly, like a reflex. It feels impossible to halt them. The Buddha nodded with deep understanding. Yes, like a reflex, because you've been practicing it your whole life. When you were small and fell down, how did the adults around you react? They rushed over, saying, "Oh no, how terrible, poor thing." They inadvertently taught you to add a story, a layer of dramatic interpretation to the simple pain. But you can learn differently. How? She asked, her voice tinged with a desperate hope. The same way you learned to shoot the second arrow practice, the Buddha replied. But this time, practice pausing. When pain comes, breathe. Notice the stories beginning to form in your mind, the narratives of blame or inadequacy, and choose just for this moment, just for this breath, not to believe them. Say to yourself, first arrow, I acknowledge you. You are real. Second arrow, I see you. I recognize your presence, but I don't need to shoot you. I choose not to pick up the bow this time. Right now, in your body, there might be first arrows, old ones that never quite healed, lingering aches, or new ones still tender for with recent experience. Can you feel them without adding a story, without weaving a narrative around them? Can you let them simply be what they are? Just sensation, just pure physical or emotional experience, without making them mean anything profound or negative about who you are, about your worth, about your future. Years ago, I knew a woman who suffered the unbearable loss of her child. The first arrow was devastating, utterly unbearable, a wound beyond comprehension. But she told me later, with a quiet wisdom born of profound experience, the worst part wasn't the grief itself. Grief is simply love with nowhere to go. Grief is honorable, a testament to what we cherished. She continued, the worst part was thinking I should be over it, thinking I was grieving wrong, that there was a right or wrong way to feel, thinking I was weak for still crying, for still feeling the immense void years later. Those thoughts, Those relentless second arrows hurt worse than the original loss. She learned to let the first arrow be to simply acknowledge its presence without judgment. She learned to say, "Yes, this hurts. Yes, I'm profoundly sad. Yes, this is incredibly hard, and that's okay. That's human. That's love in its rawest form." And as she did so, the second arrow, the self-inflicted suffering, simply fell from her hands, powerless. This teaching isn't about becoming emotionless, cold, or detached. It's not about transcending human feeling or pretending that pain doesn't exist. The Buddha himself wept when his dear friend and disciple Sariputta died. He felt the full force of that first arrow, the raw human pain of loss. But he didn't add, "I shouldn't feel this. I'm supposed to be enlightened. This proves I've failed." He just wept cleanly, purely, fully, experiencing the grief, and then having allowed it to move through him, he was done. There was no residue of self-judgment, no added suffering. In your life tomorrow or next week, or even in the next hour, a first arrow will inevitably come. Maybe it will be small, a sharp word from someone, a minor disappointment, a fleeting body pain. Notice how quickly your mind wants to shoot the second arrow. They always do this. I never get a break. This means I'm unworthy. What if you paused? What if you took one conscious breath? Just one. What if you silently said, "First arrow acknowledged. Second arrow, I see you, but not today, not now. I choose not to pick you up." The monk who initially asked the question about suffering, he practiced this teaching for years. Later, he shared his newfound wisdom. "I still feel pain, of course, but it's clean pain now. It comes, I feel it fully, and then it passes. I don't create elaborate stories around it. I don't build emotional monuments to its presence. I just let it move through me, like weather, temporary and transient." You're learning this now in this quiet, sacred space. Your second arrows are loosening their grip. Those old entrenched stories about what your pain means, about what your suffering signifies, they're just thoughts. And thoughts, unlike the inevitable first arrows of life, can be put down. They can be released. Feel your breathing now. Notice how it knows exactly what to do without your management, without your frantic story making. Your healing can be like this, too natural, unforced, not complicated by judgment or self-blame. The first arrow is an undeniable part of life, woven into the very fabric of human existence. But the second arrow, that's a choice. And tonight, right now, in this moment of conscious awareness, you're choosing differently. You're putting the bow down. You're allowing yourself to heal without the added burden of self-inflicted suffering. This dear friend is compassion, not merely a feeling, but a powerful, liberating action. The action of consciously choosing not to shoot the second arrow into yourself or into anyone else. Rest here for a moment, bathed in this new understanding. You don't need to be arrow-proof. You just need to stop shooting yourself. And in that choice, that simple, yet profoundly difficult choice, peace truly begins to take root. The way of tea, the doorway of presence. We flow now into something even gentler, a teaching about presence, about how the simplest, most ordinary things, when met with our full, undivided attention, can become profound doorways to peace. This isn't about grand gestures or mystical experiences. It's about the sacredness of the everyday. After learning about the arrows we often shoot into ourselves, let's rest in something simpler, something so ordinary you might have done it just today making tea. There was a Zen teacher named Rikyu who lived many centuries ago in Japan. He understood something deeply profound, that enlightenment isn't found only in remote meditation halls or on the lofty windswept peaks of mountains or after decades of arduous specialized practice. Sometimes, he taught, it's found in the delicate steam rising from a humble cup of tea, in the warm grounding weight of ceramic held gently in your palms, in the pregnant pause just before the first mindful sip. A successful merchant, burdened by the ceaseless demands of his flourishing business, came to visit Rikyu. This man seemed to have everything: immense wealth, widespread, respect, a thriving commercial empire that touched every corner of the land. But success, paradoxically, had become another kind of prison for him. His mind never stopped calculating profits and losses, opportunities and risks. Every conversation was a transaction, every moment measured in terms of monetary gain or potential loss. I've heard you teach the way of tea, the merchant said to Rikyu, his voice a blend of urgency and a subtle, unacknowledged weariness. I want to learn. I've mastered business. Now I want to master peace. Did you hear how he said that master peace? As if peace were another acquisition, another line item on his impressive resume, another skill to conquer and add to his already formidable repertoire. This is often how we approach spiritual practice, isn't it? Like it's just another goal to achieve, another mountain, to climb, another challenge to overcome, entirely missing the fundamental truth that peace isn't found at the summit. It's found in the very act of putting down the climbing gear, of releasing the incessant need to strive and conquer. Rikyu smiled a gentle, knowing smile, and silently led the merchant to the tea house. It was autumn, and outside the windows leaves the color of fire, vibrant reds, burnished golds, warm oranges drifted lazily past, painting the scene with breathtaking beauty. The room was simple, almost bare, stripped of all unnecessary distractions. Just tatami mats on the floor, a small alcove with a single perfectly arranged flower, and the meticulously placed implements for the tea ceremony. The merchant looked around, visibly confused. Where are the teachings? He wondered, his mind racing. Where are the scrolls, the wisdom texts, the profound philosophies? First, Rikyu said softly, his voice a calm counterpoint to the merchant's inner turmoil, we make tea. You might be like this merchant, tirelessly looking for peace in complexity, in the next intricate technique, the next profound book, the next grand understanding. But what if peace is already here, patiently waiting in the simplest, most ordinary acts, hidden in plain sight, veiled only by our frantic search for something more? Rikyu began the tea ceremony. He moved with the fluid grace of water, each gesture flowing seamlessly into the next, a silent, exquisite dance of purpose and presence. He heated the water not while thinking about something else, not while planning his next task, but as if heating water were the only thing in the entire universe, a singular act of profound importance. The merchant watched impatient, at first his mind furiously calculating how long this ritual would take, what more profitable activity he could be doing. Instead, how much money he was hypothetically losing by simply sitting here, seemingly idle. But something in Rikyu's deliberate mindful movements began to subtly work on him. The way the master's hands cradled the delicate tea bowl, the meticulous care with which he measured the tea powder, the complete, unwavering attention given to each and every tiny detail. Without speaking a single word, Rikyu was teaching a profound lesson. This moment matters. This action is enough. This breath is complete. Think about your own morning rituals when you make your morning coffee or pour a glass of water. Where is your mind already at work? Perhaps rehearsing difficult conversations, meticulously making lists, racing ahead to the day's demands. Your body performs the action, but your mind races ahead, always split, never whole. And then we wonder why we feel so scattered, so fragmented, why peace feels so frustratingly far away. Rikyu whisked the tea powder into a gentle, inviting froth, the delicate bamboo whisk moving with a quiet precision. The sound was soft, like a gentle wind whispering through pine needles, a subtle, almost imperceptible rustle. The merchant found himself listening, really listening, for perhaps the first time in years. Not listening for information or strategic advantage, just listening, purely to hear, to absorb the simple, beautiful sound. When the tea was ready, Rikyu turned the bowl carefully, presenting its most beautiful side to his guest, a silent gesture of deep respect and consideration. This small, seemingly insignificant gesture, this profound act of consideration, it broke something rigid within the merchant. When was the last time he had done anything just to bring beauty to another without calculating the return, without expecting any reciprocal benefit? He accepted the bowl, his hands trembling slightly, and for reasons he couldn't explain, his eyes filled with unexpected tears. "What's the teaching?" he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "You're drinking it." Rikyu replied, his eyes soft and knowing. "This is the secret. There is no secret. The peace you seek in tomorrow is available in this very sip. The calm you tirelessly chase in achievement waits patiently in this very breath. The enoughness you mistakenly think comes with more is already here, fully present in less." Think about water for a moment, that most ordinary yet essential element. How many times today did you interact with it? Washing your hands, taking a shower, drinking when thirsty. Each and every one of those moments offered the potential for peace. Not the dramatic, transcendent peace of enlightenment stories, but the simple, grounded peace of presence, of being fully where you are, doing fully what you are doing, with undivided attention. The merchant stayed with Rikyu for 3 hours a lifetime, for a man accustomed to constant activity. They spoke very little, made tea several times, and simply watched the light change as afternoon gracefully transitioned into evening. With each bowl of tea, the merchant's mind slowed a little more. The relentless calculations quieted, the meticulous measurements ceased. "I don't understand," He said finally, a note of wonder in his voice. "We've just been drinking tea, but I feel profoundly different." Rikyu nodded. "When you drink tea, just drink tea. When you do business, just do business." The suffering, he explained, comes when you're drinking tea while simultaneously doing business in your mind, when your consciousness is split. This is your life, isn't it, eating? While mindlessly watching TV, walking, while texting and listening to someone, while planning your response. Always split, never whole, always divided. And then we wonder why we feel so fragmented, why peace so stubbornly eludes us. But right now, in this moment, you're just listening, not doing anything else. And notice how much calmer, how much more whole you feel than when you started. This is the teaching. This is the practice. This is the way home. Tomorrow, when you make your first cup of something, coffee, tea, or even just a glass of water, remember Rikyu. Remember the merchant. Let it be a ceremony, not a grand, elaborate ceremony, but just a simple, mindful return to simplicity. Feel the weight of the cup in your hands. Notice its temperature, the warmth or coolness. Watch the steam rise and gracefully disappear. Taste the liquid without commentary, without judgment. Swallow without hurrying to the next sip. In that single moment, you're not practicing peace. You are peace. You're not seeking presence. You are presence. You're not trying to be spiritual. You're simply being, which is in its purest form, the most spiritual thing of all. The merchant, profoundly impacted by his visit, became a student not of tea, but of attention. He still ran his vast business empire, but he did so differently. He learned to be fully where he was, to do fully what he was doing, without his mind racing ahead to the next thing, the next deal. The strangest thing, he told Rikyu years later, his eyes full of gratitude, is that I make better decisions now when I'm not constantly strategizing, not relentlessly calculating. When I'm just present, the right action becomes obvious, almost effortless. This is the paradox of Zen. By consciously letting go of optimization, everything subtly optimizes. By releasing the desperate chase, what you truly need finds you often from unexpected directions. By simply being here, fully present, you arrive everywhere you need to be, perfectly attuned to the flow of life. Your breathing has changed too, hasn't it? Have you noticed? It's deeper now, slower, more like gentle waves lapping on a calm shore. This didn't happen because you tried hard to make it happen. It happened because you consciously stopped trying and simply allowed what's natural, what's inherently yours, to re-emerge. Let this be your tea ceremony tonight, this profound listening, this gentle breathing, this simple, unwavering presence. There's nothing to achieve, nowhere to get, nothing to strive for. Just this cup of moment, perfectly brewed, perfectly received. And from this deep simplicity, we move to something even subtler, a teaching about what we think we see and what's really there, inviting us to question our perceptions and find freedom in clarity. Your mind is becoming very quiet now, isn't it? Quiet enough to truly see something important. How often what truly troubles us isn't what's actually there, but rather what we think is there. Our projections, our interpretations, the stories we layer onto reality. This next teaching invites us to become keen observers of our own perceptions, to discern the moon from its reflection in the water. There was a young monk named Kuji, sincere in his practice and earnest in his pursuit of truth, but inadvertently caught in a tangled web of his own making. He saw criticism where there was only genuine concern, heard rejection where there was nothing but quiet silence, and felt judgment where there was merely objective observation. You know this web, don't you? You've likely woven it yourself, thread by intricate thread, story by captivating story, until your vision became clouded, until you could no longer see clearly, until everything was filtered through the distorting lens of old pain and the anticipation of expected hurt. One serene evening, Kuji went to the monastery's pond to fetch water, a simple routine task. The moon was full, hanging low and golden in the sky, a luminous orb like a celestial lantern lit by ancient gods. When he looked into the perfectly still water, there it was, the moon, seemingly perfect whole and utterly palpable, floating gracefully on the surface. For a fleeting moment, mesmerized by its beauty, he completely forgot it was merely a reflection. His hand instinctively reached toward it, hoping to touch such exquisite beauty, to grasp its essence. But his fingers met only the cool, yielding water. The image shattered into 1,000 dancing ripples, and the moon, once whole in the water, broke into 1,000 shimmering pieces. He instinctively jerked his hand back, a pang of fear in his heart, convinced he'd broken something precious, something irreplaceable. But as the water slowly stilled, the moon returned, appearing once more on the surface, unchanged, unbroken, still perfectly whole, in the vast sky, still perfect in its quiet reflection. This is precisely what your mind does, isn't it? It constantly shows you reflections and cunningly tells you they're real. It projects your deepest fears onto the faces of others, casting shadows where there are none. It casts your doubts onto their seemingly innocuous words, giving them a weight they don't possess. It overlays your past onto your present, coloring every new experience with the hues of old wounds. How many times have you broken moons that were never truly broken? How many relationships have you needlessly complicated by reacting fiercely to reflections, to your own internal narratives, instead of the simple, unvarnished reality? The teacher, an old master with kind eyes, found Kuji still staring intently at the water, his face etched with confusion. "What do you see?" he asked gently. "The moon," Kuji replied, his voice still tinged with wonder and a hint of dismay. "But when I touch it, it breaks." The teacher knelt beside him, his gaze directed towards the sky. "Does it?" he murmured. High above, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, the real moon continued its silent journey, utterly untouched by the pond's ripples, completely unaware of being broken in a single monk's perception. "The moon in the water," the teacher said softly, "is like your thoughts about others. You see their actions, their words, but you see them through the water of your mind, a water often muddied by your own past, your own fears. What you perceive as their anger might simply be their own fatigue, their unacknowledged stress. What you read as their rejection might be nothing more than their distraction, their mind lost in their own concerns. You're not seeing them, you're seeing your reflection of what you fear they think of what you expect them to be. How many moons have you broken that were never truly broken? How many relationships have you made infinitely more complicated by responding to your own internal reflections instead of the simple, unvarnished reality of the other person? Think of someone close to you right now. Now bring to mind a recent interaction that left you unsettled, uneasy. They said something, or perhaps they didn't say something, and immediately your mind spun a story, a detailed narrative of what it all meant. But was it their story, or was it entirely yours? Kuji spent the next few days observing not others, but his own relentless projections. When a brother monk walked past without offering a greeting, Kuji's mind immediately whispered, "He's angry with me. I must have done something wrong." But then he paused, remembered the pond, and looked up at the real moon, the truth of the situation, and gently wondered, or maybe he's worried about his sick mother. Maybe he didn't even see me. Perhaps this isn't about me at all. The shift was subtle, almost imperceptible at first, but everything began to change. He began to clearly see how much of his own suffering he created by simply believing his projections were undeniable facts. You're doing this too right now, aren't you? Some part of you might be thinking, "This isn't working. I'm not relaxing enough. I'm failing at meditation." But that's just more moon and meter. Another projection, another internal story. The real moon, your true, unchanging nature remains whole, perfectly intact, regardless of the ripples on the surface. A week later, Kuji experienced a profound revelation. He was carrying tea to the abbot, nervous as always, habitually reading judgment in every glance from the stern old master. When he entered the room, the abbot was gazing out the window, his face unreadable, lost in thought. "I've disappointed him." Kuji's mind immediately whispered the familiar voice of self-condemnation. He's thinking I'm too slow, too clumsy, not worthy of this path. But then Kuji remembered the pond, the image of the unbroken moon in the sky. He looked again not at his fearful projection, but at the actual man, and saw an elderly teacher watching birds, perhaps lost in a moment of simple contemplation, thinking of nothing related to Kuji at all. "Your tea, master," Kuji said, his voice steady for the very first time, devoid of its usual tremor of anxiety. The abbot turned, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Thank you," he said. "I was just remembering how my teacher loved to watch sparrows. All that worry, all that self-made story, and the abbot had been thinking only of birds. This is the human condition. We walk through life, constantly responding to ghosts, fighting reflections, breaking moons that were never truly broken, while the real moon, serene and whole, continues its majestic journey above, untouched. In your relationships, how often do you react fiercely to what you think someone means to your interpretation, rather than simply listening to what they actually say? How often do you have entire conversations in your head, imagining scenarios, formulating arguments, then respond to those internal dialogues instead of the living, breathing person in front of you? The water of your mind is profoundly conditioned by every past hurt, every childhood wound, every time someone left, every criticism that cut deep. These experiences are like mud stirred up from the bottom of your inner pond, clouding your perception, making every moon look broken, every reflection distorted. But understanding this, truly understanding it, is the beginning of immense freedom. When you know fundamentally that you're looking at water, not sky, when you remember that you're seeing reflections, not unvarnished truth, you can consciously pause, take a deep breath, and allow the water to clear. Kuji became known throughout the region for his unusual gift. He could be with others without projection, without assumption, without layering his own narratives onto their beings. People felt profoundly safe with him because he truly saw them, not his preconceived ideas about them. How do you do it? A young monk once asked, filled with admiration. Simple. Kuji smiled. When I find myself sure about what someone thinks or feels, I remember the pond. I ask myself, am I seeing the moon or its reflection? Then I look up at the real sky, and usually I find I was wrong. You can practice this too, starting now. That compelling story you're telling yourself about why someone did something, that unwavering certainty about what they truly think of you, set it down just for a moment. Look at the actual sky, not your pond. The freedom is immediate, liberating when you stop breaking moons that were never broken. When you stop fighting reflections that were never real. When you remember that the truth is usually much simpler and infinitely kinder than your complex projections. Rest here in this clearer seeing, this uncluttered perception. The water of your mind is settling now. The reflections are calming, their chaotic dance subsiding, and perhaps, just perhaps, you're beginning to see what was always there, waiting patiently to be recognized, unbroken, whole true. The silent bell, discovering stillness beneath noise. Now, we move to a teaching about finding silence, not by escaping noise, not by isolating ourselves from the clamor of the world, but by discovering what inherently lives beneath it, the quiet ground of being that underlies all sound. The world never truly stops ringing, does it? Notifications buzz, conversations ebb and flow, and the endless hum of modern life constantly surrounds us. Even now, even in this quiet moment, you might hear something, a distant car passing a clock, ticking softly, or the persistent whisper of your own thoughts. There was a temple famous for its magnificent bell, cast centuries ago by master artisans. Its powerful resonant sound could reach 3 distant villages, its deep tone carrying through the valleys and over the hills. When struck at dawn, it woke sleeping fishermen and diligent farmers, called monks to their morning meditation, and marked the sacred beginning of each day with a tone so pure and profound that people said it could heal hearts, soothing the deepest anxieties. But one harsh winter, a great storm, fierce and unforgiving, damaged the ancient bell tower. The intricate mechanism broke, shattered by the wind's fury. The bell, once a vibrant voice of the valley, could no longer ring. The villagers felt the loss immediately, profoundly. How will we know when to wake? They lamented. How will we synchronize our day, our lives? The silence feels wrong. It feels like an absence, a void. You understand this, don't you? When the noise you're accustomed to, the familiar background hum of your life, suddenly stops. It can feel more disturbing, more unsettling than the noise itself. It's like when the power suddenly goes out in a bustling city and you're startled by how loud the sudden quiet is, how acutely you perceive its presence. The monks, dedicated and earnest, tried diligently to repair the bell, but the damage was beyond their humble skill, requiring expertise they didn't possess. Days passed, then weeks. The magnificent bell hung silent, a grand, imposing presence in the tower, yet utterly without a voice, a symbol of brokenness. Then something truly unexpected began to happen. People started coming to the temple anyway. At first, just a few curious souls drawn by an unspoken intuition. Then more and more began to arrive. They would sit patiently beneath the silent bell, close their eyes, and simply listen. What are you listening for? A traveler, confused by this strange ritual, once asked an old woman sitting quietly there. The bell doesn't ring. The old woman smiled, her eyes crinkling with ancient wisdom. That's what I'm listening to, she replied softly. The non-ringing. It has its own sound. This seems like a paradox, doesn't it? The sound of non-ringing. But you know this sound. It's what you hear in the subtle pause between heartbeats. It's the silent space, the brief respite between breaths. It's the unseen glue that holds music together, not the notes themselves, but the profound silence that gives them meaning, that allows them to resonate. More and more people came. They discovered something truly remarkable. By sitting patiently beneath the silent bell, consciously listening, they could hear things they had never noticed before. Their own subtle breathing, the wind's quiet conversations with the rustling leaves, the delicate, almost imperceptible sound of simply being alive. One young mother, desperate for a moment of peace, brought her restless, chattering child to the temple. He never stops moving. She sighed, her voice weary. Never stops talking. I don't know what to do. They sat together beneath the silent bell. At first, the child fidgeted, complained loudly, asked why they were wasting precious time in such a boring place. But his mother simply sat patient and still as the bell itself, her presence a silent anchor. Slowly, gradually, the child's restless energy began to subside. He grew curious about the quiet. He began to listen not for something, not for a specific sound, but to the absence of sound, to the vast open space. And in that profound absence, he found something he'd been unknowingly missing his entire young life: rest. This is your invitation tonight, not to frantically search for a quieter physical place, but to find the quiet place within yourself, the one that exists even amidst external noise, even in chaos, even when life won't stop ringing its relentless demands. The abbot, observing this extraordinary phenomenon, people profoundly transforming, not through the bell's sound, but through its very absence, made a courageous decision. We won't repair the bell, he announced. The monks were shocked, bewildered. But master, they protested, it's our duty. The bell has rung for centuries. It's the heart of our temple. And now, the abbot said, his voice calm and clear, it serves by not ringing. Sometimes the greatest teaching is in what we don't do, what we don't say, what we don't add. In your life, you're constantly adding more activities, more commitments, more noise, more information, more striving, thinking that peace will finally come when you get everything done, when every box is checked. But what if peace comes when you stop? Stop adding, stop ringing, stop trying to fill every silence, every empty moment. A businessman stressed beyond measure by the relentless demands of his trade visited the temple. I need the bell to ring, he declared, his voice tight with tension. I need something to cut through all this noise in my head, this constant internal chatter. A monk with gentle understanding led him to the silent bell. Sit, he said simply. But it doesn't ring. The man protested, frustration evident in his tone. Exactly. The monk smiled. For an hour the man sat fidgeting, frustrated, checking his watch, mentally calculating lost productivity, opportunities missed. But somewhere in the second hour, something within him subtly shifted. The urgent calls of his mind, the relentless demands for attention, began to sound less urgent. The critical voices ceaselessly judging and evaluating grew less critical, their edge softening. By the third hour, he was quietly crying, not from sadness or despair, but from an immense, unexpected relief. I can hear it, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. The silence. It's been there all along, under everything. I just couldn't hear it over my own noise, my own incessant ringing. This is what you're discovering right now. The profound silence beneath these words, the quiet space beneath your thoughts, the deep peace beneath your endless seeking. It doesn't need a bell to announce its arrival. It doesn't need external conditions to exist. It simply is always waiting patiently, like a loving parent, for you to finally come home. Years passed. The silent bell became more famous, more revered than it had ever been when it rang. People traveled from distant lands, not to hear something spectacular, but to remember what they had forgotten in all the ringing, in all the clamor of their own lives. A young monk once asked the old abbot, "Master, when does the silent bell ring?" The old abbot, his eyes kind and full of ancient wisdom, gently touched his own chest. "Here it rings," he said. "Here in the space between heartbeats, in the pause between thoughts, can you hear it?" The young monk listened, not with his physical ears, but with something deeper, more subtle, with his entire being. And yes, there it was, the silent bell ringing, continuously resonating profoundly in the quiet, expansive spaces of his own being. You have this bell too. It's ringing now in your breath, in your heartbeat, in the profound spaces between my words. It's not calling you to do something, but calling you to rest, to remember that beneath all the noise, you are the silence. Tomorrow, when the world starts ringing again, when demands crowd in, when thoughts spiral into endless loops, remember the temple bell. Remember that silence isn't something you find, it's something you are. And sometimes the most powerful, most profound response to all that ringing is to consciously choose to become like that bell present, steady, profoundly, peacefully silent. From this silence, we move to our final story of this section, a teaching about letting go of the need to blame and finding profound freedom in the simple metaphor of an empty boat. You're very peaceful now, aren't you? Peaceful enough to gently look at something that usually deeply disturbs that peace, the story of who hurt you and why. This isn't about reopening old wounds, but about understanding their nature and finding a profound freedom from the burden of blame. There was a monk named Shen who cherished the early morning. Before dawn, when the vast lake was mirror, still reflecting the pre-dawn sky with perfect clarity, he would take his small boat row to the exact center and settle into profound meditation as the sun slowly, gracefully rose. It was his sanctuary, his daily return to quiet, a sacred ritual. One morning, enveloped in mist and silence, he closed his eyes, his body settling into stillness, his breath deepening. The water gently lapped against the hull of his boat, a soothing rhythm. Peace descended upon him like soft, silent snow blanketing his consciousness. Then a sudden, jarring jolt. Another boat had crashed into us hard enough to rock him, violently hard enough to shatter his perfect meditation, ripping him abruptly from his inner calm. Anger flared instantly, hot and righteous, a sudden blaze in his peaceful mind. Who would be so careless? He thought, his jaw clenching. Who dares disturb this sacred time? Don't they see I'm meditating? Don't they care about the tranquility of this moment? He opened his eyes, ready to confront, ready to scold, ready to deliver a stern lecture about respect, about mindfulness, about basic consideration. But the boat was empty. No one was there, just an old weathered vessel that had somehow broken free from shore, drifting aimlessly on the current, following the water's will, utterly unaware it had disturbed a monk's precious morning practice. Shen sat stunned, his anger suddenly having nowhere to go, no target, no one to blame, no one to correct or scold. And in that disorienting moment, he saw something profoundly simple, yet utterly life-changing. His anger wasn't caused by the collision itself. It was caused by his assumption that someone meant harm, that there was a malicious intention behind the disturbance. Think about this for a moment. How much of your own persistent pain comes not from what actually happened, but from your belief that someone wanted it to happen, that it was deliberate, personal, or aimed to hurt you? The empty boat floated away, carried by the gentle current, but the profound teaching remained etched into Shen's consciousness. He began to see empty boats everywhere. The bustling merchant who spoke rudely, consumed by his own anxieties and pressures, not truly seeing Shen at all, just colliding and passing. An old friend who inexplicably forgot his birthday, an empty boat adrift in her own struggles, her own preoccupations, not meaning to neglect him, just human, just forgetful, just overwhelmed. Even his own father, whose harsh criticism had profoundly shaped him throughout his life, an empty boat carrying generations of unspoken expectation, repeating what had been done to him, not truly seeing his son, but merely projecting his own unfulfilled dreams and disappointments. This teaching, once truly grasped, changes everything. When you learn to see boats as empty, anger subtly transforms into compassion. Hurt transforms into profound understanding. The rigid, divisive story of me versus them dissolves, becoming merely currents meeting and separating in the vast interconnected lake of shared human confusion and impermanence. You've been hit by empty boats, haven't you? That parent who, despite their best intentions, couldn't love you the way you desperately needed to be loved, an empty boat. They gave what they had, which might not have been enough, but it wasn't personal. It was simply their capacity at that moment. That partner who left you an empty boat following their own powerful current towards what they believed they needed, not actively trying to hurt you, just trying to find their own way, often blindly. That boss who consistently overlooked you for promotion, an empty boat lost in their own performance, fears their own relentless pressures from above, unable to see your worth because they couldn't see past their own survival. This isn't about excusing harm or pretending that pain doesn't matter or that wounds aren't real. Shen's boat was still jolted. The collision was undeniably real. But suffering, the kind that truly lasts, the kind that poisons your spirit and binds you, comes from the persistent story that someone deliberately steered their boat into yours. Most of the time, they didn't. They were just drifting, eyes closed, lost in their own turbulent meditation on their own pain, their own unseen currents. Shen became a profoundly different teacher after the empty boat incident. When students came to him, burdened by grievances, filled with stories of betrayal and injustice, he would listen deeply, not interrupting, not judging, just holding space for their pain. Then he would ask gently, his voice soft with wisdom, "Are you sure their boat wasn't empty?" One student, indignant, protested, "But they knew what they were doing. They chose to hurt me." Shen nodded, acknowledging the student's perception. "Perhaps," he said, "but even boats with people in them can be empty. When someone hurts you, they're usually not truly seeing you. They're seeing their own pain projected onto your face, responding to their own internal ghosts, fighting their own unseen battles. You just happen to float by an innocent bystander caught in their inner storm. Feel this profound truth in your own heart now. That person you've been angry with for months, maybe even years. What if their boat was empty? What if they were just another wounded human being, drifting without navigation, colliding with you without conscious intention? The freedom you seek isn't found in their apology or in their sudden realization of their wrongdoing. It's in your understanding that they couldn't steer better than they did, that if they could have loved you better, if they could have behaved more kindly, they would have. But their boat was simply empty of that capacity in that specific moment. Years later, an old woman, bitter and burdened by a lifetime of grievances, came to Shen. She meticulously listed everyone who had failed her, each collision, each wound, each empty boat she believed was full of malicious intent. Shen listened patiently, without interruption, until she had exhausted her list. Then he asked, his voice tender, "And your boat, when it hit others, was it empty too?" The woman went very still, her eyes widening, because suddenly, vividly, She could see all the times she herself had drifted unconsciously into someone else's space, causing pain without meaning to, disrupting their peace while lost in her own internal turmoil. This is the complete teaching. We are all at times empty boats driven by powerful currents we don't fully understand, colliding with others without meaning to, inadvertently causing pain without conscious intention. When you know this, truly deeply know it, forgiveness becomes not a virtue to develop, but a natural, effortless response, like simply stepping aside when an empty boat drifts harmlessly by. You don't have to take it personally. You don't have to carry its weight. You can just notice, an empty boat, and gently return to your morning meditation, to your profound peace, to the unwavering course of your own journey. The lake of life is full of boats. All of us are trying to navigate its vast, often turbulent waters with broken rudders and clouded vision bumping into each other in the mist of misunderstanding. But when you truly understand that these boats are empty, when you see that we're all just trying to find our way home, the collisions don't hurt as much. The lake feels less lonely, the journey less personal, more profoundly shared. Rest now in this emptiness. Not the emptiness of lack or void, but the expansive emptiness of space room to move, without collision room to float, without the burden of blame, room to be an empty boat yourself when you need to be free from the need to steer or control. We've completed the second movement of our journey. You've met what remained when the noise dissolved the arrows you've been shooting into yourself. The tea of presence you've been missing, the moons of reality you've been breaking with your projections, the silence you've been seeking beneath all clamor, and the empty boats you've mistakenly been blaming. And now, even quieter, even more peaceful, we prepare for the final teaching, the profound journey home to who you've always been, returning home. The Master's silence now. We enter the third part of our journey, a section dedicated to returning home. All the stories we've shared tonight, through stillness and storms, through arrows and empty boats, have been gently leading us to this profound destination. We slow even more, now like a wide ancient river approaching the boundless sea, its current becoming gentler, wider, deeper, ready to merge with the infinite. We're coming home to something that was always here, patiently waiting for your return, a truth more fundamental than any concept. There was a master named Jinu who lived in a small temple nestled quietly at the edge of a mountain village. He was known throughout the entire region, spanning far and wide, but not for his eloquent speeches, his brilliant philosophical insights, or his dramatic spiritual feats. Jinu was known profoundly for his silence. People would travel for days, sometimes even weeks, traversing arduous paths and enduring countless hardships just to sit in his presence. They didn't come to hear words of wisdom, to receive specific instructions, or to be told what to do. They came simply to be held in his quiet presence, to rest in the deep, undisturbed pool of his peace, to absorb the profound tranquility that emanated from his very being. The temple itself was simple, unadorned, just a few modest wooden buildings nestled harmoniously among tall ancient pine trees. Birds sang melodiously in the mornings, their voices a natural symphony. Wind rustled gently through the branches in the afternoons, a soft murmuring whisper. And at night, you could hear the distant soothing sound of a mountain stream, its constant flow a quiet lullaby. But the most profound sound in that temple, the sound that truly resonated with every visitor, was Jinu's silence. It wasn't an empty silence, a void, or a cold, desolate absence. It was full, warm, alive, with palpable presence, a vibrant stillness that spoke volumes without a single word. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves were turning brilliant shades of gold and red, painting the landscape with fiery beauty, a man arrived at the temple gates. You could see palpably that he was carrying an immense invisible weight. His shoulders were habitually bent forward, as if perpetually pulling a heavy, unseen cart. His hands moved restlessly, picking at his sleeves, fidgeting with his bag never truly still. His eyes darted nervously around, unable to settle on anything for more than a fleeting moment, reflecting his inner turmoil. The monks who greeted him recognized these signs immediately. This was a man drowning in his own thoughts, suffocating under the immense weight of his own relentless stories, his own self-made narratives of suffering. They'd seen it many times before this common human affliction. They led him gently, compassionately, to the master's room. The room was almost bare, devoid of any unnecessary furnishings or distractions, just cushions on the floor, a low table with a simple teapot, and a single perfectly arranged flower in a vase, its delicate beauty a stark contrast to the man's agitated state. Jinu sat in the corner, his posture serene, his eyes soft, his presence like a vast calm lake. The man entered and immediately, without preamble, began to speak, his words tumbling out in a torrent. "Master," he pleaded, his voice raspy with desperation, "I've come because I'm suffering immensely. My wife left me last year, and I can't stop thinking about what I did wrong, replaying every moment. My business is failing, and I lie awake every night paralyzed by worry about money, about my future. My health is declining, and I'm terrified of what's coming next, of the inevitable decay. I've tried everything, meditation therapy, strenuous exercise, fervent prayer. Nothing helps. The thoughts won't stop. Please, Master, tell me what to do. Give me a solution, a technique, an answer." But before he could continue his desperate plea, before another word could tumble from his lips, Jinu raised one hand, not abruptly, not with a sudden sharp gesture, but gently, gracefully, like a single leaf detaching itself from a tree and slowly, softly falling to the ground. The gesture was so quiet, so utterly without force, that the man stopped mid-sentence, his mouth still half open, his desperate words dying silently on his lips. He stood there confused, his mind still racing, trying to comprehend the master's unspoken message. The master's eyes were kind, filled with compassion, yet profoundly clear, unclouded by judgment. He simply gestured to a cushion across from him. Just that. No words, no explanations, no elaborate instructions, just a silent, gentle invitation to sit. The man sat down, still mentally prepared to continue his long, detailed story, to pour out every last grievance. He had meticulously prepared it during his arduous journey, rehearsed all the painful details, all the reasons why his life was utterly unbearable. But something in Jinu's sheer presence, his unwavering stillness, his profound calm, made the words feel suddenly profoundly unnecessary, like bringing a blinding flashlight into the brilliant light of the midday sun. They sat facing each other in a silence that began to deepen. The master's breathing was deep and slow, a steady ancient rhythm, like the gentle, consistent flow of wind through a mountain pass. Without consciously trying to, without even noticing it at first, the man's own agitated breathing began to subtly match the master's serene rhythm, naturally slowing, naturally deepening. This is precisely what happens when we find ourselves in the profound presence of deep peace. Our bodies, with their innate wisdom, instinctively remember their natural state of calm, their inherent equilibrium. Minutes passed in that profound silence. The man waited impatiently for instructions, for teachings, for something to do, some action, to take some problem to solve. His mind, ever active, ceaselessly whispered, "This is strange. Why isn't he speaking? What am I supposed to be doing? Am I doing this right? Am I missing something?" But Jinu just sat, breathing his presence, as unwavering and solid as a mountain that had stood there for 1,000 years, unmoving, timeless. An hour passed. The man's desperate urgency to tell his story, to justify his suffering, began to subtly fade, losing its intense grip. The words that had seemed so important, so absolutely necessary to speak, began to feel heavy, cumbersome, and ultimately unnecessary. Why disturb this profound quiet with all that noise? Why drag yesterday's pain and turmoil into this peaceful, present moment? In the second hour, something even more profound shifted within him. The relentless internal pushing, the incessant striving simply stopped. The man found himself just sitting, just breathing, just being there, utterly present in the moment. When was the last time he had truly done this? When was the last time he had sat without an agenda, without trying to solve something, without the constant oppressive pressure to become better, different, or fixed? You know this pressure, don't you? It follows you from the moment you wake until you finally collapse into sleep. The relentless voice that says you should be more productive, more successful, more spiritual, more something, always more, never just this, never just enough. By the third hour, tears came, not the dramatic, explosive tears of catharsis or breakthrough, but just quiet tears, soft and gentle, the kind that fall when deeply entrenched defenses finally irrevocably dissolve, when the heart can finally allow itself to feel without judgment. The man didn't know why he was crying. He wasn't consciously thinking about his wife, or his failing business, or his declining health. He was just sitting there, and tears were falling like gentle rain, washing away layers of accumulated tension. Jinu didn't move to comfort him. He didn't lean forward with tissues or utter soothing words. He just stayed present, steady, unwavering, like a silent lighthouse in a dense fog, his presence a beacon of calm. His unwavering presence without a single word conveyed. This is okay. You're okay. Let it flow. Allow it to be. This is the deepest compassion, not trying to fix someone's pain, not rushing to make it better, but simply being there, creating a safe, expansive space where someone can finally stop performing. Wellness, stop pretending to be okay, stop holding it all together, and just be their authentic, vulnerable self. In that sacred space, healing happens by itself, organically, naturally. After 3 hours, the man's tears quietly stopped. He looked up at Jinu, and for the very first time, he truly saw him. Not through the lens of his own expectations or projections, but as he truly was, an old man with kind, deeply wrinkled skin and serene eyes. Nothing special, nothing mystical, no superhuman aura. Just a human being who had learned profoundly how to be still. The man bowed deeply, a gesture of heartfelt gratitude, and quietly left. He hadn't spoken a single word after his initial outburst. Jinu hadn't taught him anything in the conventional sense. No lectures, no techniques, no answers. But something fundamental, something at the very core of his being, had irrevocably changed. Later, when his friends, still caught in their own cycles of striving eagerly, asked what had happened at the temple, the man struggled to explain. I went there with so many questions, so many problems that needed solving, he began. But in his silence, they all simply fell away. I realized I didn't need answers. I needed presence. I needed someone to see me, without requiring my story, without needing me to explain or justify or make sense of my pain. In that seeing, in that silent acknowledgement, something loosened. I remembered who I was before all the problems, before all the striving. I remembered peace. In our modern world, everyone wants to talk. We have countless forms of therapy and coaching, endless processing sessions, and sharing circles. And these can be incredibly valuable tools for healing. But sometimes the deepest, most profound healing comes from being held in silence, from being seen without being analyzed, from being accepted without needing to be understood or fixed. Think of a time when someone truly sat with you in your difficulty without trying to fix it, without offering advice or platitudes or 5-step solutions, just simply there, breathing nearby, sharing the raw space of your pain. How rare that experience was, and how deeply healing. Jinu taught in this extraordinary way for 40 years. Thousands of people came to his small temple, each carrying their own unique burden. Business people, laden with stress, parents, overwhelmed with worry, young people grappling with confusion, old people weighed down by regrets. They came expecting eloquent words of wisdom, new techniques for achieving peace, definitive answers to their deepest questions. Instead, they found silence. And in that profound silence, they found what they were truly looking for, not solutions to their problems, but space from their problems. Not different circumstances, but a fundamentally different relationship to their circumstances. Not a new self, but their original self, waiting patiently beneath all the noise, all the layers of conditioned identity. One young student, particularly eager to learn, stayed at the temple for several months. He was constantly asking questions, hungry for intellectual understanding. One day he couldn't contain himself anymore. "Master," he said, his voice filled with frustration, "why don't you teach with words? Why don't you give us explicit instructions, precise techniques, profound wisdom? Why this endless silence?" Jinu looked at him for a long, quiet moment. Then he spoke one of the few times anyone heard his voice. It was soft, like water flowing gently over stones. "Words add," he said. "Silence reveals." The student didn't understand at first, his mind still accustomed to intellectual constructs. But over time, sitting in that quiet, profound presence, day after day, the meaning slowly, profoundly became clear. Words, he realized, often add more thoughts to an already overcrowded mind, more layers of complexity. Silence, on the other hand, reveals what's already there. The inherent peace, the unchanging stillness, the fundamental wholeness that our thoughts so often obscure. You're touching this silence now, not merely the absence of sound, but the profound presence of something deeper, something timeless. My words, like gentle boats, are carrying you to a shore where words aren't needed, where you can simply rest in the quiet that has always held you effortlessly. There's nothing you need to understand from this story in an intellectual sense, nothing you need to remember or replay. Just let yourself be held by this moment, by this breath, by the profound silence that exists between my words. Let yourself be seen without needing to explain who you are, without offering justifications. Let yourself be accepted without needing to earn it, without striving. The man who visited Jinu that autumn day went on to live an ordinary life. His business still had its inevitable ups and downs. His health still presented its challenges. He still thought about his ex-wife, sometimes the echoes of their past. But something fundamental had shifted within him. He had touched the silence beneath the noise, the unchanging core of his being. And once you truly touch it, you never fully forget it. When stress would inevitably build, he would remember sitting with Jinu. He would close his eyes consciously, slow his breathing, and return to that silent room, not the physical room in the temple, but the expansive, quiet room inside himself that Jinu had helped him find. The room where he didn't need to be fixed because he wasn't broken. The room where he didn't need to explain because existence needs no justification. The room where he could just be. This is your invitation too. Here in the gentle darkness, in the profound quiet of night, you can put down whatever you've been carrying. Not forever. You can pick it up again tomorrow if you choose, if the demands of the world call you. But for now, for these precious, fleeting moments, you can simply rest. You can let the silence hold you, cradling you in its vast embrace. You can remember who you were before you learned to worry, before the world taught you to strive and fear. Jinu died peacefully on a spring morning, sitting in meditation. They found him with a slight smile on his face, as if he had just remembered something amusing, a cosmic joke. He left no rings, no recorded teachings, no systematic philosophy, just thousands of people who had been touched by his profound silence, who had learned that peace isn't something you achieve, it's something you allow. Let the silence work on you now. Let it wash over you like warm, soothing water, cleansing the accumulated dust of the day. Let it fill the spacious areas between your thoughts. Let it gently remind you of what you've always known, but sometimes in the clamor of life, forget that beneath all the noise of living, there is a vast, peaceful quiet. And you, dear friend, you are that quiet. You always have been. From this deep silence, we move into a story about the invisible thread that connects all hearts, all losses, all love, revealing the profound universality of our human experience. This is a story that touches places in us that we often try to keep protected, perhaps even hidden away. It's about grief, about love, and about the profound invisible thread that connects every human heart in its moments of deepest vulnerability. If you've ever lost someone dear to you, if you felt the piercing ache of absence, this story is especially for you. It speaks to a universal truth, a shared human inheritance that we often feel utterly alone in bearing. During the Buddha's time in a small, humble village nestled serenely between verdant rice fields and gentle rolling hills, there lived a young woman named Kisa Gautami. Her name, Kisa Gautami, meant frail one, but there was nothing remotely frail about her fierce, unwavering love for her family. She had married young, finding a kind and honest man who worked diligently with his hands, his strong fingers shaping the earth and its bounty. Their life together was simple, devoid of grand luxuries, yet it was profoundly full rich with quiet contentment. And then their son was born, a tiny, perfect bundle of pure joy. If you are a parent, you know with an almost visceral certainty how a child changes everything. Suddenly, the world once a familiar landscape becomes both infinitely more beautiful and terrifyingly more fragile. Every sharp corner, every unseen obstacle becomes a potential threat to their precious vulnerability. Every soft cough, every slight rise in temperature morphs into a gnawing worry that clings to the heart. But simultaneously, every tiny smile is a boundless miracle, a pure expression of unadulterated delight. Every small, trusting hand reaching for yours is an act of pure magic, a tangible connection to the sacred. Kisa Gautami felt all of this with an overwhelming intensity. Her son was the very light that made everything else in her universe make sense, the central sun around which her world revolved. He was a happy child, quick to laugh, his eyes always wide, with an insatiable curiosity eagerly taking in the wonders of his new world. He would follow his mother around the house, his tiny feet pattering, chattering in the enchanting way small children do, mixing real, newly learned words with his own invented melodic sounds. She would carry him to the bustling market, his small face pressed against her shoulder, and the vendors, their faces softening with affection, would smile warmly and offer him sweet treats, charmed by his innocent presence. Life was good. Life was full. Life was in every conceivable way exactly as it should be, perfectly complete, perfectly harmonious. Then one ordinary morning, in a blink of an eye, everything changed with a sudden, brutal finality. The boy woke with a fever, It wasn't unusual. Children often get fevers, a common occurrence. Kisa Gautami, like mothers, throughout time did what mothers instinctively do. She held him close, her arms a warm, protective embrace. She cooled his small forehead with damp cloths, diligently wiping away the sweat. She sang the familiar lullabies and soothing songs that usually calmed him, easing him back to rest. But this time was profoundly different. The fever climbed relentlessly higher, burning hotter with each passing moment. His little body began to shake with uncontrollable tremors, a terrifying sight. And then, as the sun reached its zenith, its highest point in the sky, his small body went still. The world ended, not metaphorically, not as a poetic exaggeration, but literally. For Kisa Gautami, the actual, tangible world around her ceased to exist. The sun might have continued shining its golden light, but not in her universe, which had imploded. Birds might have kept singing their cheerful melodies, but she couldn't hear them, their sounds swallowed by the roaring silence in her ears. Everything that was once real and solid became dreamlike and strangely distorted, an unrecognizable landscape of grief. Only one thing remained utterly real, the profound, agonizing weight of her child's still body in her arms. Her mind in its mercy, in its desperate attempt to protect her from unimaginable pain, simply refused to accept what her eyes were seeing, what her heart knew. "No," she whispered, first quietly, a soft denial, then louder, a desperate cry. "No, he's just sleeping deeply. He's sick and needs medicine. I need to find medicine, the right medicine." She wrapped him tightly in his favorite soft blanket, its familiar texture, a cruel reminder of his vibrant life. And slowly, numbly, she stood up, her husband tears streaming silently down his face. His own heart shattered, tried to stop her, to gently pull her back to the crushing reality, but she pushed past him, driven by a singular, desperate purpose. "I need to find medicine," she repeated, her voice a broken mantra. Have you ever been in a moment where reality becomes utterly unbearable, where your mind, in its own profound act of self-preservation, simply refuses to process what's happening? This is precisely where Kisa Gautami found herself, in that excruciating liminal space between knowing the truth and being able to accept it. Here, denial becomes a fragile life raft in a vast storm-tossed ocean of unimaginable pain, offering a momentary reprieve from the inevitable. She went from house to house in her small village, her feet moving mechanically, desperately knocking on every single door. "Please," she would plead, her voice raw from desperate repetition, her eyes fixed and unseeing. "My son is sick. Do you have medicine? He just needs the right medicine." The villagers, recognizing the still bundle in her arms, would look at her, and their faces would crumble with overwhelming pity, their hearts aching for her. Some turned away, unable to bear the raw intensity of her grief, unable to witness such profound suffering. Others tried to speak gently to her, to carefully help her understand the impossible truth, but she couldn't hear them. Her mind, locked in its desperate quest, could only hear her own voice, tirelessly repeating, "He needs medicine." By afternoon, The devastating news of her son's death and her desperate search had spread through the entire village. Women wept openly for her, their own past losses stirring. Men stood silently in their doorways, their faces grim, not knowing how to offer help that wasn't futile. Children, sensing the somber mood, were hushed and told to play quietly, their usual joyous sounds muted by the heavy atmosphere. The baker's wife, a kind woman who had herself lost her own child years before, a pain still fresh in her memory, finally approached Kisa Gautami. She didn't try to explain or convince. She knew words were useless in such a moment. She simply said, her voice soft and compassionate, "There is a holy man, the Buddha, staying in the grove just outside the village. Perhaps he can help. He has great powers." Hope. A tiny fragile flicker ignited in Kisa Gautami's eyes. Yes, a holy man. Holy men had powers. They could heal. They could bring back the dead. She half ran, half stumbled to the grove, her child growing impossibly heavier with each desperate step, though in truth he weighed no more than before. She found the Buddha sitting serenely under a great Bodhi tree, surrounded by a circle of his devoted disciples. Without ceremony, without a single word of greeting or formal address, she pushed frantically through the silent circle and laid her child's still body gently at his feet. "Please, Lord," she said, her voice raw and hoarse from pleading, her throat aching. "My son is sick. You have powers. I've heard the stories, the miracles. Please give me medicine for my son. Bring him back to life." The Buddha looked at her, his gaze unwavering, then at the small, still form at his feet. His eyes filled with such profound, boundless compassion that some of his disciples, overwhelmed by the intensity, had to look away. It wasn't pity. Pity, in its essence, often distances us from another's pain, creating a subtle barrier. This was pure compassion, the full recognition of shared human suffering, the deep empathetic understanding of another's agony. He had been a father once himself. He knew the piercing pain of loss. "Yes," he said softly, his voice a gentle balm. "I can help you, Kisa Gautami, but first I need you to bring me something. I need a handful of mustard seeds." The Kisa Gautami's whole body sagged with immense relief, a wave of desperate hope washing over her. "Yes, yes," she said eagerly, her voice almost a sob. "I'll get them right away." Mustard seeds were common, found in every household, used in everyday cooking. This was easy, a task she could fulfill, but the Buddha continued gently, his voice holding a subtle, deeper meaning. "They must come from a house where no one has died. The seeds must come from a home that has never ever known death." She didn't pause, not even for a fleeting moment, to think about the strangeness, the impossibility of this request. She only heard that there was something she could do, a specific task that could impossibly save her son. She bowed quickly, a gesture of desperate gratitude, gathered her child into her arms once more, and hurried back to the village, renewed energy coursing through her veins. At the first house, she knocked with a desperate, renewed energy. "I need mustard seeds," she exclaimed, her voice still strained. "For medicine the Buddha sent me. The family, sensing her urgency and sorrow, gladly brought out their jar of seeds ready to help. But when she added, "They must come from a house where no one has died," their faces changed, their expressions falling. The elderly grandmother, her eyes filled with gentle sorrow, spoke softly. "Child, my husband died in this house 3 winters ago. Our seeds, I'm afraid, cannot help you." At the very next house, it was a beloved child who had died years before. At the house after that, a young mother in childbirth. House after house, family after family, the story was tragically the same. Everyone had mustard seeds. Everyone wanted desperately to help. But every single home had been touched by death, every threshold crossed by sorrow. As the long day wore on, something began to subtly shift in Kisa Gautami. At first, she just moved faster, knocked harder, spoke more urgently, her desperation fueling her. But as the stories accumulated, this one's father, that one's tiny baby, the other's beloved brother, a different kind of awareness began to dawn within her. She wasn't just collecting refusals. She was, without realizing it, collecting a profound map of grief that covered the entire village, connecting every single dwelling. By evening, exhausted but profoundly changed, she had knocked on every door. She stood at the edge of the village, looking back at all those houses, each one holding its own unique private story of loss, its own silent monument to absence. Her son still lay heavy in her arms, a physical reminder of her pain. But for the very first time since that terrible morning, she truly looked at him, really saw his still form. His face was peaceful, serene. He wasn't suffering. He was gone. She sat down under a solitary tree, still holding him close, and began to weep. But these were different tears than the wild, frantic grief of the morning. These tears were mixed with something else, something strange, painful yet profoundly comforting. She wasn't alone. Every mother in that village had wept these very tears. Every father had felt this same profound breaking in their heart. Every Saboli had an empty place at their table, a void where laughter once resonated. She saw it now with a clarity that pierced her grief, the invisible thread that connected every house, every heart, every soul. Grief was the unavoidable price of love, its bitter cost, and everyone who had ever truly loved had paid it or would eventually pay it. Her pain in its specifics, this child, this face, this particular laugh that would never sound again, was unique to her. But the pain itself, the raw, aching experience of loss, was ancient, shared, a universal part of the human story. When Kisa Gautami finally returned to the Buddha, she came without mustard seeds, but with a profound, quiet understanding etched onto her soul. She carried her son one last time, but differently now. Not as a mother desperately trying to deny death, but as a mother ready to honor it, to accept its inevitable presence. She laid him gently at the Buddha's feet, a final act of surrender and love. "I could not find a house untouched by death," she said quietly, her voice calm and steady. The Buddha nodded, his gaze filled with infinite compassion. "And what have you learned, Kisa Gautami?" he asked. "That I am not alone, She said the words flowing with a newfound wisdom. That grief is the tax we pay for love, that my son's death is part of the way things are not a punishment meant for me alone, that every person I meet has carried this weight or will carry it. She performed the funeral rites for her son with the help of the village women. They knew exactly what to do because they had done it before for their own loved ones. They sang the ancient songs that needed singing, spoke the sacred words that needed speaking, and Kisa Gautami found that she knew the words too deep within her, though no one had consciously taught them to her. Grief, she realized, has its own universal language, and we all learn it eventually in our own time through our own losses. After the ceremonies, she returned to the Buddha and asked to become his disciple, not to escape her grief, for it would travel with her, always like a shadow, a constant companion, but to learn how to carry it with grace, and to help others who would inevitably join this silent fellowship of loss. The Buddha never told her that her pain would magically end. He never minimized her loss or suggested it was somehow for the best. He simply showed her that she wasn't alone in it, that every human heart has been broken, that we're all walking each other home through a world where everything we love will eventually be lost. Years later, Kisa Gautami became known as a particularly compassionate teacher, her wisdom tempered by deep experience. When people came to her burdened by fresh grief, she would listen with perfect, unwavering attention. Sometimes she would send them on a similar quest to find mustard seeds from a house untouched by death. Not cruelly, but so they could discover for themselves what she had discovered, that loss is the common human inheritance, a universal truth, that we're all in this together, bound by the shared experience of love and loss. In your life, you've lost things, haven't you? Maybe not a child, but other precious things, a parent, a dear friend, a beloved marriage, a cherished dream, a sense of self. And in those searing moments of loss, you might have felt singled out by fate, unfairly targeted. Why me? Your heart cried out. What did I do to deserve this? But loss doesn't come because we deserve it. It comes simply because we're human, because everything in this impermanent world is temporary, fleeting, including us. The Buddha's teaching isn't that we shouldn't grieve. It's that we shouldn't grieve alone. It's that we're all part of a vast, intricate web of hearts that have loved and lost and loved again. Think of everyone you know. Behind each seemingly ordinary face is a story of profound loss, a hidden narrative of absence. The cheerful colleague who lost her mother last year, the quiet neighbor whose son struggles silently with addiction, the friend who miscarried and never speaks of it, carrying the pain in silence. We're all walking around with our griefs, trying desperately to appear normal, thinking we're utterly alone. But we are not alone. Kisa Gautami's story reminds us that grief is the invisible thread that weaves us into the human family, connecting us all in our vulnerability. When we lose someone, we join an ancient lineage, a vast, timeless community. We become part of a story that stretches back to the first human who loved another and had to say goodbye. There's a strange paradoxical comfort in this universality. Not that it makes the pain less, Nothing truly makes the pain less, but it makes the pain shared. You're not crazy for still crying years later. You're not weak for being fundamentally changed by loss. You are human, beautifully, terribly, perfectly human. The mustard seed, in its tiny, unassuming form, became a profound symbol in Buddhist teaching. Such a small thing, almost weightless, yet it carries within it the immense potential for growth, for new life, for continuation. Our griefs are like that, two small seeds that, when planted in the fertile soil of acceptance, can in time grow into profound compassion, not right away, not easily, but eventually. Rest now in this truth. Whatever you've lost, whoever you're missing, know this: you are not alone. Across the world tonight, countless others are lying awake with their own grief, their own burdens of absence. Others are learning to live with absence, adjusting to the void. Others are discovering that love doesn't end with death. It just changes form, transforming into memory, into wisdom, into compassion. The thread that connected Kisa Gautami to every household in her village, to every grieving soul, connects you to every person who has ever lived, every heart that has ever loved and lost. We're all in this temporary world together, loving what we know will eventually lose, holding on to what will inevitably slip away. And somehow, in that shared vulnerability, there is a deep, abiding peace. The peace of not having to pretend we're exempt from loss. The peace of joining the human family in its raw, beautiful fullness. Kisa Gautami lived many more years after her son's death. She laughed again, though differently now, her joy tempered by a profound understanding. She loved again, though, with the wisdom of impermanence, her heart open to both joy and sorrow. She became a compassionate guide for others walking the difficult path of grief, her presence a silent testament to resilience. And sometimes on quiet mornings, she would hold a handful of mustard seeds in her palm, their tiny weight a powerful reminder, and remember not just her son, but her deep, profound connection to all beings who have loved and lost. This is the mustard seed teaching, not that loss doesn't matter. It matters infinitely, but that it matters to everyone. That in our deepest pain, we are held by the accumulated compassion of all who have walked this path before us. That we're never as alone as we think. Now, we turn from the universal experience of loss to another equally pervasive human condition, the endless, often exhausting seeking for satisfaction outside ourselves. This is a story about a journey. We all take the seemingly endless circle of seeking that leads us far from home, only to eventually bring us back to where we started, transformed by the realization that what we sought was always within. This is the story of someone just like you and me, convinced that happiness lives somewhere else, always just out of reach in a different life, a different circumstance. There was a stone cutter who worked diligently at the base of a great mountain. Every morning, with the first hint of dawn, he would walk the familiar, well-worn path from his simple home to the bustling quarry. His tools were basic, a sturdy hammer, chisels of various sizes, a measuring cord, but they were well maintained, gleaming from years of dedicated use. His hands were rough, calloused From years of gripping stone, his back strong and unyielding from lifting heavy blocks. His life was repetitive, predictable, grounded in tangible reality. Each day looked much like the last wake. Before dawn, a simple breakfast of rice and tea, a steady walk to the mountain as the sky lightened, then finding the right stone, patiently reading it its grain, and beginning the meticulous work of shaping. The rhythmic sound of metal on stone would ring through the valley, tap, 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 a steady, almost meditative rhythm as regular as a heartbeat, grounding him in the present moment. By evening, tired but deeply satisfied by the honest labor of his hands, he would walk home, eat his simple dinner, and sleep the deep restorative sleep of physical exhaustion. He wasn't unhappy exactly, but he wasn't ecstatically, joyously happy either. He existed in that vast gray space where so many of us live, not suffering acutely, perhaps, but certainly not truly thriving, just getting by, making do, occasionally wondering, is this all there is? Is there something more to life than this endless repetition? One day he was called to deliver a load of carefully shaped stones to a merchant's opulent house in the wealthy part of town. He loaded his cart with meticulous care, ensuring the stones were secure, and made his way through streets that grew progressively wider and cleaner as he climbed the hill. The houses grew larger, more imposing, their gardens more elaborate and meticulously manicured. By the time he reached the merchant's imposing gate, he felt as if he had traveled to a different world entirely, a realm of unimaginable luxury. The servants who met him wore silk robes, their movements quiet and efficient, reflecting the refined beauty of their surroundings. They led him through the grand gate, and what he saw took his breath away. The courtyard was like a painting come to life. Vibrant flowers arranged with perfect artistry, fountains singing with the clear melodic sound of flowing water, paths of white sand raked into peaceful, intricate patterns. And the house itself, room after room of polished wood, exquisite silk tapestries, and precious objects that shimmered with subtle beauty. As he unloaded his stones, his eyes caught glimpses of the life within. The merchant reclining languidly on soft silk cushions, being served tea in cups so delicate they seemed to be made of pure light. There were no calluses on those hands, no ache in that back, no worry about tomorrow's rice or the unpredictable weather. A sharp, clear thought arose in the stonecutter's mind, a whisper of envy. If only I were him, if only I had his wealth, his comfort, his ease, then I would be truly happy, then life would be good. And in that precise moment, something extraordinary, almost mystical, happened. The universe, which sometimes has a strange, profound sense of humor, granted his wish. Suddenly, he was the merchant. Silk robes replaced his rough homespun clothes. His once calloused hands were now soft, unblemished, accustomed only to holding delicate teacups and counting coins. He found himself reclining on those very cushions he had so recently envied, surrounded by opulence. At first, it was everything he had imagined and more. The food was exquisitely prepared, the bed impossibly soft, the worries about money about tomorrow's sustenance magically gone. He spent his days in luxurious leisure, his evenings immersed in entertainment and refined company. Servants anticipated his every need, fulfilling desires before they were even fully formed. Life indeed was sweet. But one day, a powerful prince passed through the town, his royal procession, a dazzling display of wealth and might. The stone-cutter, now merchant, was required by law to go out and bow deeply as the regal entourage passed. He stood with the other wealthy citizens, all compelled to lower their heads in deference. The prince sat high in his golden carriage, looking neither left nor right, his face impassive, radiating an aura of absolute power like heat from an intense flame. As the merchant bowed, a familiar, yet strangely new feeling arose within him. He doesn't bow to anyone, the thought formed. He commands and others obey. He wields absolute authority. If only I were the prince, then I would have real power, true command. Then I would be truly, utterly satisfied. And again the universe subtly shifted. He became the prince. Now he was the one in the magnificent golden carriage, his path cleared by columns of soldiers. Ministers hung on his every word, implementing his decisions, which affected thousands of lives. Surely this was the pinnacle of existence. Surely now he had achieved ultimate satisfaction. But summer came, and with it a relentless, blazing heat that permeated every corner of the kingdom. Even in his grand palace, even with diligent servants constantly fanning him, the prince sweated profusely, tormented by the oppressive warmth. The sun beat down mercilessly, an impartial force, caring nothing for royal blood or titles. It touched peasant and prince alike, and both withered under its undeniable power. Looking up at the blazing sun, the prince thought, "It rules over all. It needs no soldiers, no ministers, no decrees. Its power is absolute, undeniable, unchallenged. If I were the sun, nothing could touch me. I would be supreme." So he became the sun, blazing, radiant, essential, a cosmic deity. He looked down on the world, warming the vast earth, making crops grow abundantly, bringing life to all. His light reached everywhere, piercing every shadow. Kings and beggars alike needed him for their very survival. This surely was ultimate power, boundless and unassailable, until one day a simple cloud drifted between him and the earth. Just a simple, unassuming cloud, yet it blocked his light completely, casting a vast shadow below. All his blazing power, his radiant energy, was stopped by mere vapor. The realization stung a sharp, unexpected pain. "This cloud defeats me without effort," he thought, bewildered. "It must be mightier. I must become the cloud." As a cloud, he felt the exhilarating freedom of movement. He could go wherever the wind took him, a boundless, unconstrained entity. He could bring life-giving rain or withhold it, causing drought. He could block the mighty sun, asserting his power. But then, in his endless drifting, he encountered the majestic mountain. No matter how he raged, no matter how much torrential rain he poured down, no matter how fiercely his winds howled, the mountain stood unmoved, unshaken, a silent, enduring titan. The mountain simply endured its presence unwavering. Of course, he thought a new understanding dawning. The mountain is eternal. It doesn't need to move or change, to strive or assert. It simply is. This is true power, not doing, but being. He declared, I must become the mountain. As the mountain, he felt a deep abiding peace he hadn't known before in any of his previous forms. Storms came and went, their fury breaking against his solid slopes. Seasons cycled, bringing snow, then thaw, then lush greenery. He remained an unchanging, timeless presence. Birds nested safely in his ancient trees. Clear streams ran down his slopes, feeding the valley below. He was home to countless lives, a sturdy foundation for the entire world. This felt profoundly different from the previous forms of power he had embodied. This felt like purpose, a deep belonging. He might have remained content, settling into this profound stillness, but one morning he felt a strange sensation, a tiny rhythmic vibration emanating from his very base. Tap, tap, tap. At his base, a humble stone cutter worked. Just a man seemingly insignificant, with simple tools. But with each precise strike of his hammer, he was shaping the mountain. Slowly, patiently, inevitably, he was changing it. The mountain realized with a sudden, shocking clarity, this simple cutter is changing me. I, who withstand storms and the relentless march of time, am being shaped by his humble tools. He is mightier than the mountain. In that profound moment, the cosmic joke revealed itself fully. He had traveled the full arduous circle, from stone cutter to merchant to prince to sun to cloud to mountain. And now, at the end of this grand cosmic journey, he saw with absolute clarity that the stone cutter, the very form he had begun, as was the most powerful of all, not because of what he had, but because of what he did. Not because of his position or title, but because of his purpose and his unwavering presence in his work. The universe, having taught its profound lesson, granted him one last final transformation. He found himself back where he started, hammer in hand, standing before the unyielding stone. Same tools, same mountain, same simple life. But everything had changed. No, nothing in the external world had changed except his seeing. The stone was just stone, as it had always been. But now he saw its hidden beauty, its unique potential, waiting patiently to be revealed by his hands. The work was just work, repetitive and physical, but now he felt its rhythm as a profound form of meditation, a dance with creation. His simple home was just a home, but now he knew it as a palace of contentment, a sanctuary of peace. His rough, calloused hands were just hands, but now he understood them as instruments of creation capable of shaping the world. He had sought power in external positions, in immense wealth and cosmic forces, but real power, he now realized, was in alignment in being fully who you are, precisely where you are, doing what is truly yours to do with unwavering presence. The merchant's silk robes hadn't made him happy because he was wearing someone else's life, a costume that didn't fit his soul. The prince's throne hadn't truly satisfied because it wasn't his authentic seat of being. Even the sun's blazing power felt hollow and impersonal because it wasn't his light to shine authentically. This is your story too, isn't it? Always looking at someone else's life and thinking, if only I had their money, their perfect relationship, their beautiful body, their unique talent. The grass is always greener, we say, but we often forget to finish that sentence. The grass is always greener where we're not standing precisely because we're not there to see its brown patches, its hidden weeds, its daily struggles. Social media, in particular, has exacerbated this insidious illusion. Now, we can scroll endlessly through hundreds of lives that look undeniably better than ours. The influencer basking on a pristine beach, the entrepreneur flaunting a sports car, the perfect family smiling in their impossibly perfect home. And with each curated image, a little voice inside us whispers, if only. We forget that we're seeing their highlight reel, their carefully selected moments of triumph, not their raw, messy daily reality, their own unique burdens. The Buddha taught that contentment is the greatest wealth, not because it stops us from growing or changing, not because it stifles ambition, but because it stops us from the exhausting, relentless chase for satisfaction in someone else's life, from chasing a mirage. When you are content, you can still improve, still learn, still evolve, still strive for excellence. But you're doing it from a place of fullness, not emptiness. You're adding to what's already enough, not frantically trying to fill a bottomless hole that can never be truly filled by external means. The stone cutter worked diligently for the rest of his days. Same mountain, same tools, same rhythm of tap, tap, tap. But now, when he shaped stone, he wasn't just making building blocks. He was participating in the very act of creation, a sacred dance with matter. When his back ached, he didn't think about the merchant's soft, luxurious cushions. He thought about the inherent strength in his own spine, earned through honest, purposeful labor. When his hands grew rough and calloused, he didn't envy the prince's smooth, unblemished fingers. He saw his calluses as maps of dedication, as proof of his authentic purpose. Sometimes young, eager workers would come to learn from him. They would complain about the sheer hardness of the work dream, aloud about easier lives, less demanding paths. He would listen patiently, his eyes wise and understanding, then gently hand them a chisel. The stone doesn't care about your dreams, he'd say softly. It only cares about the truth of each strike, the honesty of your effort. Be here with this stone, with this tool, with this moment. Everything else is imagination. When asked if he ever wished for a different life, he would pause in his work, his hand resting on the stone he was shaping, feeling its unique grain, its inherent potential. I traveled the whole universe looking for satisfaction, he'd say, his voice calm and clear. I became everything I thought I wanted to be. And you know what I learned? The only power worth having is the power to be yourself fully and without apology. The only wealth worth accumulating is contentment with what is. The only position worth seeking is alignment with your own true nature. 2. He would return to his work, then the rhythm resuming, tap, tap, tap. The profound sound of someone who had stopped looking elsewhere for what was always here. The sound of someone who had at long last come home. You can feel it, can't you? That deep, persistent exhaustion of always but wanting to be somewhere else, to be someone else. It's like running endlessly on a treadmill, lots of effort, but no real arrival, no true progress. But what if you could simply step off? What if just for tonight, you could consciously say, this is enough, I am enough. My life, imperfect as it is enough. This doesn't mean giving up on your dreams or settling for less than you deserve. It means recognizing that the foundation for any meaningful, lasting change is a profound acceptance of what is the present moment, yourself, your circumstances. You can't build a happy future on a foundation of rejecting the present. You can't create a better tomorrow by despising today. The stonecutter's journey wasn't wasted. He needed to become everything else, to try on different lives, to truly appreciate the profound simplicity of being himself. Sometimes we need to travel far across vast landscapes of experience, only to discover that home was good all along, that it held the very peace we sought. Sometimes we need to try on other lives, other identities, to realize that our own life, our own true self, fits us best. The journey away is an integral part of the journey home. Rest now in your own skin, in the unique sanctuary of your own being. Feel the particular weight of your own life, its specific challenges, its unique joys. Yes, it has challenges others don't face, but it also holds blessings and gifts that others can't access, uniquely tailored to you. Your particular combination of struggles and joys, gifts and limitations. This is your stone to shape. No one else can do it for you. No one else's life will fit you properly. You are the stone cutter and the stone. You are the shaper and the shaped. You are the journey and the destination. Complete in your becoming whole in your being. The circle always brings us home, back to the only place we can truly live here, now as ourselves. And now, from this place of profound contentment, we move to a teaching about patience and the sacred art of tending what's right in front of us.